Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good day, whatever it is. Welcome to this show. I'm your host, Jex, the moderator, and this, of course, is Afric 24. Karibu sana. The festive seasons are here, and we are glad that you made time despite the challenges of you traveling. I'm sure many are those in Kenya wako, kuna wengi wamekwama barabarani, but karibu sana kwa hii show. Come on to join, karibu sana. I want to invite you to take this moment to invite you from wherever you are watching this from. Of course, this is your host, Jex, the moderator. This is your show, and I'm glad that you chose to watch this program and also enjoy it even as we soldier on. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Let me know where this is finding you from. Nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi, lakini zaidi ya yote karibu sana kwa hii show. Leo nimekupakulia ama nimekuandalia kitu moja kali, kitu moja fiti, kitu utakuja kupendezwa nayo, kitu fiti, a nice show, a nice interesting conversation just about to happen. Wow, it's getting hot, it's getting down easily, thick and fast. Where tunaruka mwaka in style and fashion, and I think if tunaruka hivi next year, I'm telling you it's going to be rosy, it's going to be juicy in as far politics is concerned. I'm telling you mambo yamezidi kuwa makali hapa Kenya. Let me know where you're watching me from. Karibu sana, karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike hii video and above all kwa kusubscribe to Afric 24. Join us even as we make sense of what is happening in our country. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever part of the world you're watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm your host, Jake, the moderator, and this is your show, another one, a great one that is about to go down. Asante sana, karibu sana. Merry Christmas to you all, and happy festivities, even as we near Christmas, and of course, a happy, fantastic 2024 to all our viewers. Asante sana kwa kuchoose 2024. Asante sana for making us your number one channel. We, of course, are in co-host with other channels making this very strong. That is Mtembei TV, Mtembei Facebook. We are also live on Kenya Digital. We are live on Leo TV and Leo Facebook. Karibu sana. Let us keep this conversation going. We are about to have an interesting conversation. Let me know where this is finding you. Let me know hii inakupata ukiwa sehemu gani. Karibu sana. Nijuze unatutazama ukiwa wapi. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Wakubwa kwa wachache, wengi kwa wadogo. Karibuni sana. Thank you very, very much. Wow. I have an interesting story to tell you today, and equally an interesting conversation just about to happen. Now, it will involve this wonderful gentleman that I'm about to project to you. These three make up the show for today. We are talking about William Ruto, the president, the former president, none other than His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and of course, the one, the Enigma, Baba himself. These three will make our conversation today. Someone is on a vengeful mission. Inaanzanga tu hivi. I'll be telling you why the venge is around, why the Avengers has started here in Kenya. Someone among these three has chosen to avenge and to settle some political scores, right? Ilianza tu kimchezo mchezo, ijashika sana, lakini I'm certain with days to come itashika kasi. This is Afric 24. We are about to discuss these three and about to discuss many things that have been developing over the last couple of days. All right. So asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Those three will inform you what is about to happen. I'll be telling you why we have that title for you, why we have that topic for you, because kuna jamaa jana alishikwa jana usiku akakimbishwa kimbishwa mpaka Nairobi, asubuhi asubuhi akakimbishwa mpaka Mombasani. We are back to those days of those arrests, and I'm telling you, ukishikwa saa hizi, today is on a Friday, ukishikwa leo kesho hakuna koti, Sunday hakuna koti, Monday ndo hiyo ni holiday, Tuesday ni holiday, mpaka Wednesday. Hey, wow. Please be safe. Be safe. be be safe. Lakini as much as you're safe, kuna jamaa ameamua, you know what? I think I should make some people wajinais huko ndani kidogo. We talked of the handshake regime, but now we are talking of the revenging president. Slowly, meticulously, he is doing the avenging. He's a revenging, right? He's favoring his cronies. If you have a friend of him, if you ever suffered because of him, you are safe. Hmm? If you are a friend of Ruto, two things are involved. You are either safe or you're either safe. If you're safe, two things are involved. You will not spend Christmas in prison. And if you don't spend Christmas in prison, you'll be outside here enjoying with us. If you are not his friend or were ever associated with the handshake regime, two things are involved. Either your old cases will be opened, and if your old cases are opened, two things are involved. You'll either be arrested, right, and taken to prison or to court, even as we near Christmas. So be safe. I don't know which among the two things will happen, but I know this. It is becoming hot. It's becoming interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this show. Welcome to this great conversation just about to happen. Now, let me take you back, Kidogo. I think it was on Sunday or last Sunday, but one, where the ACC issued a warrant, or rather issued an advisory to have Najib Balala wanted, or rather jailed, or rather arrested. That's the right word, because of kakesi kazamani. But let's first listen into this before I bring you to what happened yesterday night.
Has recommended prosecution of former Tourism Cabinet Secretary Najib Balala, his Principal Secretary Leah Nguyo, former Tourism Fund CEO Alan Chenane, and 13 others over the embezzlement of 8.5 billion shillings earmarked for the construction of the coast branch of the Kenya Utalii College.
Well, the ACC, which presented the file to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, wants Balala charged with irregularities in the award of a tender. The ACC found the cost of setting up the college as inflated to 10.4 billion shillings, up from the initial cost of 1.95 billion shillings. Chamatai Goin has the details.
The EACC has been on the radar of senior officials who previously served in the tourism ministry, which at the time was led by Cabinet Secretary Najib Balala. The anti-corruption body also eyeing then PS Leah Nguyo and the former tourism fund CEO, among others, over reported fraudulent acquisition of public monies. According to EACC, the tourism fund illegally paid 8.5 billion shillings for the setting up of a satellite Utalii college in the coast region. The 8.5 billion shillings arising from the inflation of the cost of establishing the branch from 1.5 billion shillings to 10.4 billion shillings. In its investigations, EACC says it established through a cabinet memo signed by then Cabinet Minister Najib Balala on 22nd May 2007 and his finance counterpart on 20th August 2007 that the construction of the college to be based in Vipingo was approved at a cost of 1.948 billion shillings. EACC's probe roped in some private consultants contracted by the Tourism Fund to come up with architectural designs and drawings of the college and to also supervise the main contractor. The drawings and designs were approved with a cost of 8.6 billion shillings. The tender for construction of the coast branch of the Kenya Utalii College, later renamed Ronald Ngala Utalii College, was awarded in May 2013 at a cost of 8.9 billion shillings against the approved cabinet amount. EACC says the named individuals conspired to defraud the public, with the office holders going ahead to approve payments, yet they were well aware that there weren't sufficient resources in the budget. The report, now under review in the DPP's office, recommends the prosecution of Balala, the then Yes, former CEO of the Catering, Tourism and Development Levy Trustees, the then CEO of the Catering, Tourism and Development Levy Trustees, the procurement manager, Baseline Architects, Repman Malala T/A Agency Consultants, Amitech Consulting Engineers, and members of the tender committee. EACC has recommended 5 counts of willful failure to comply with procurement laws, as read alongside the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 2003, 4 counts of unlawful acquisition of public property, and 1 count of abuse of office. Further charges are imposed on the CEO of the Catering, Tourism and Development Levy Trustees, members of the tender committee, the sole proprietor of Ujenzi Consultants, directors of Mulji Devraj and Brothers Limited, to include 1 count of deceiving principal, contrary to the law. Investigations show that the land which the college was to be built on was donated by the Rare Vipingo Company Limited. Chemutaigo in Citizen TV.
All right. Now, that was on Sunday, I think. And this is a case that is now in the imeanza to, but now it's interesting, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember correctly, few days ago, or rather, let me call them few months ago, Matiang'i was in the same. Matiang'i was in the same. You remember they broke into his house. You remember all those dramas, Matiang'i, eh? That time when they really wanted to avenge against Matiang'i, and it took the intervention of Kisii elders, of Kisii politicians, of some guys to talk good to the government. And Matiang'i case vanished hivyo. But now another former CS is now being hunted, eh? And the CS was hunted mpaka jana alishikwa. Now here is what happened jana. Listen into this
tonight, which is that the former Tourism Cabinet Secretary Najib Balala has been charged with abuse of office of alleged procurement fraud and irregular payments of some 8.5 billion shillings in the construction of the proposed Ronald Ngala Utali College in Vipingo, Kilifi County. Balala was arrested on Thursday evening and spent the night at Kilimani Police Station here in Nairobi before being taken to the EACC headquarters Friday morning for processing and was later flown to Malindi for prosecution. Balala, who is charged alongside former Tourism Permanent Secretary Leah Guio and Joseph Odero, is accused of going against a cabinet decision which led to irregular payment of over 3.3 billion shillings.
More than 16 hours after he was arrested by EACC detectives in Nairobi and locked up at Kilimani Police Station, former Tourism Cabinet Secretary Najib Balala was flown to Mombasa, driven by road to Malindi, where he was arraigned at Malindi Anti-Corruption Court to face charges of abuse of office. Balala was accused of improperly conferring a benefit to 4 private consultants against a cabinet decision in 2010, which led to the irregular payment of 3.3 billion shillings to the firms for consultancy services for the design, documentation, supervision and contract management of the proposed Ronald Ngala Utali College. The former CS denied the charges and was released on 1 million shillings cash bail. Former Tourism and Wildlife Permanent Secretary Leah Guio, who also faced same charges, pleaded not guilty and was also released on 1 million shillings cash bail. The other suspect in the dock was Joseph Odero, a managing partner at West Consult Engineers, who was charged with unlawful acquisition of public property. Odero was allegedly paid 292 million shillings, which was excess payment made by the Tourism Fund for the works done. Odero was released on 800,000 shillings cash bail.
It is the finding of the court that none of the accused persons is a flight risk, and that there are no aggravating factors to call for harsh bail or boot terms, irrespective of the amounts in question. Each of the first and second accused persons is admitted to a bond of 5 million with surety of like amount or a cash bail of 1 million.
Even as the 3 were released back in Nairobi and Bungoma counties, EACC detectives arrested 2 more suspects in relation to the alleged fraud. Former ICT manager Tourism Fund Flora Ngina was arrested and released on 300,000 shillings EACC police cash bail and ordered to appear at Malindi Anti-Corruption Court on December 28th. In Bungoma County, former CEO of Tourism Fund Alan Wafula will spend the night in police custody after he was arrested and failed to raise 300,000 shillings cash bail. EACC detectives are currently pursuing 11 suspects. They include former CEO Tourism Fund Joseph Cherutoi, Director Baseline Architects Limited Maurice Njue, Managing Director Baseline Architects Dominic Mutanya, Director Ujenzi Consultant Redman Malala, Director Amitech Consulting Engineers James Wairago, former Director Strategy and Resources Tourism Fund Eden Odhiambo, former Procurement Manager Tourism Fund Joseph Karanja, former Standard Development Manager Tourism Fund Ruth Sunday, former Senior Levy Inspector Tourism Fund George Muya, former Acting Procurement Manager Tourism Fund Nora Mukuna, and former Head of Legal Tourism Fund Nancy Siboy.
Wale ambao hawaja kamatwa wanaamrishwa kufika mbele ya tume hapa EACC headquarters ama katika regional office yoyote ya EACC, na wasipofanya hivyo basi tume itawakamata mahali popote walipo.
The officials allegedly colluded to inflate the cost of the 1.9 billion shillings project to 8.9 billion shillings. The commission says despite the irregular payment, the project is yet to be completed 15 years later.
Well, we are talking about 15 years ago, but now it makes sense to arrest them. Interesting turn of events, yet to very fresh wounds that I have not been scratched. Wow. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. With me I have Stella and Alex and others joining me. We are about to discuss what is the mission of arresting former CSs. You remember Matiang'i was in the same soup some times back. I'll be playing you some clips to remind you of that. But again, let's try to ask ourselves, is it revenge from the former president and of course Raila Odinga soon to happen? Because you see, the other day the former president said he will be back to tour the mountain and to speak to the people, but now kidogo kidogo tu ndio hiyo imeanza very soon I'm sure Mr. Yatani will be in the same soup. Kidogo kidogo. It's happening slow but sure. Now I don't know where you're watching us from, and equally I don't know what you think about this arrest. Are they truly fight against corruption? We saw the former CS Bwana Rotich alishikwa tu hivi na kidogo kidogo kesi yake iliisha. So it's a place we have been in before, but it depends which government you are supporting. Back then, those who are supporting William Ruto were suffering. Now, those who opposed him and the ones suffering. And if you raise anything against him, the EACC will be on your neck. We saw what happened to Nyakango. We saw what is happening to Akinokio Mtata. They even had to record statements because of that sword remark, where that sword was told it's ya kukata mboga. Hii ni sword ya kufieka, kufieka kina nani? Probably ndio imeanza. Now we are seeing Balala, former CS. Who will be next? Yatani pia ameanza kumulikwa. Maybe Leo and Alex will tell us what happened to Matiang'i after the Kisii elders helped in solving his case. But I think tumeanza kurevive. This is a 15-year case ambayo imekuwa revived now. Who is doing all this? So we are about to look at some of those issues and ask ourselves, really, kushikwa saizi before Christmas. You know, ukishikwa leo, the earliest tutatoka ndani ni on Wednesday. Why? Because kesho ni Sato, Sunday ndio hiyo, Monday ni holiday, Tuesday ni holiday, mpaka Wednesday. And if you're lucky, judge kama hata kwa ametoka Christmas ama utakuwa unlucky, unaweza but zaidi ya yote karibu sana. I'm glad to have many joining us. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. Subscribe to Africa 24 and as well follow us on Facebook, follow us on TikTok and as well on Twitter, Africa 24 is the place to be. Thank you guys for tuning in, and as well, thank you panelists for being part of this great conversation. Let me be the gentleman that I am and ask Stella to greet us.
Hi
Stella, how are you?
guys. Nzuri sana.
You're looking
So it
good
has
and
been a
sharp today.
sorry?
Unakaa fiti sana. I used to think unakuwa na dreadlocks.
Nakuanga nazo lakini ni zile temporary. But I've been busy for the entire week. I've been attending this virtual board meeting. So you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
saw the app what KRA has effected from January 1st, where we are seeing I think as taxpayers, I think we are kind of in a risk factor because you see some of the implementation they have given us, we really don't understand. There was no public participation. No one came with their no one came. I mean, they never gave time for people to understand what is happening. Also, the other
Okay.
thing we are really annoyed is about when they are trying to increase such taxes or reducing such, they should engage the public.
Okay.
Because now the thing what we don't understand why every day when you wake up, there's always a page in the newspaper or always there's a Twitter alert, X alert or any social media alert on KRA increasing some certain
That's it.
taxes. But these
Okay.
taxes which are increasing, we don't understand because they've not elaborated. If any one of you who is on LinkedIn, if you're in the premium LinkedIn, you'll see the conversation between KRA and some of the stakeholders, especially with the
Okay.
LSK and CAM, and also the guys of also the guys who are in the diaspora where they represent clients.
Okay. So that's
So
what you've been up to?
yes, that is what I've been up to.
Well, I'll be asking you about that in a short while. But zaidi ya yote, karibu sana. Good to see you, looking lovely as always. My able guy, Mr. G, namwona amejimwaya mwaya. How is Mombasa, my brother?
Tuko poa sana Mr. Jex.
Aha, bado makasha zinazidi kufika.
Unasema?
Bado containers zinafika.
Zinaingia polepole.
Hazijastop na hii Christmas, eh?
No, Christmas si huwa tunasimamisha tu siku moja peke yake 25th and then tunaendelea 26th.
Oh, wow, okay. Sawa sawa. I'll be finding out more about that even as we go on. My able panelist wako pia I see Jamal leo. Vipi habari ya uliko? Mko vipi? Natumai mko wazima. Huko najua hamna story na Krismasi, eh?
Mba unajua aje? Okay. Good evening, Jax. Happy to see you guys too, Mr. G, Honorable Alex and Stella. Unasema huku hakuna mambo. I think it's just about 3 days and people will be celebrating the birthdays and the Christ is going to be born in their hearts or wherever. So I'm happy to join you this evening. Na ninaona hapa tunazungumza tu mambo ya Kenya, mambo ya revenge, mambo ya ni handshake, they're revenging against the handshake. I know we are going to get time to talk about that. And also, as the festives are on, I also saw several Kenyans. I think that is okay. Sorry, I also saw several Kenyans lining up back in the food basket county. I don't know why Captain is not here today to tell us what went wrong.
Captain will be joining us just now.
To an extent that people who are known to be farmers, people who are known to be feeding the country since independence, can now go and wake up very early in the morning, as early as 4 a.m. to go and make a line that is 6 hours maybe long, only for them to get a packet of maize, a packet of rice, and a loaf of bread. And these are people that we believe are having sacks and sacks of maize back at home. So maybe there is some sweetness in the shifted maize compared to the one that they keep at home. So I'm glad to join you, and I'm waiting to see what comes out of the conversation.
Naona uko na uchokozi sana, but ni sawa tu. Karibu sana bwana Leo. Alex, I know you are in, but I don't know if you can hear me. Alex, are you there? Okay, I'll be getting to him just now, but I want to begin the conversation. Now, this is based on the arrest happening now. We remember that a few days ago, actually, I think tukianza tu hii mwaka mapema tu tulianza na such arrest. If you remember this
is underway. We are just few meters from the residence of the former Interior CS, that is Fred Matiang'i. Behind me, we have police officers and police vehicles. We've been able to count at least 4 police vehicles where we are right now.
That is how we started the year, right? You remember? Mausiku.
Our client for no offense disclosed. So I can confirm to every Kenyan in this country that the life of Matiang'i is at risk. We don't know the intention of wanting to invade Matiang'i's home at this time of the night. We don't know where they want to arrest him and take him to. We don't know what offense he has committed. Our client is ready to be summoned to go and appear before any police station, record a statement if they have anything to charge.
So that is how it all started. And finally, leo ilimfikia Balala. Balala today was in court. I've just played that clip. And it's interesting. One of the things that William Ruto said, he said he will not revenge. And we are not saying that he's revenging, but we are used to all this, that our institutions at times are used to settle political scores. You know, it was just the other day that the former president Uhuru Kenyatta said he'll begin his tours in Mount Kenya, and lo and behold, ndio hii sasa tuko na kesi ya nani imeanza ya Balala. It's not even a fresh case, it's as old as 15 years. Wakati hizi stories zilianza na wakati sasa zimeanza kuchunguzwa, huyo mtoto alizaliwa wakati huo tayari ashafanya form 1 ashaingia form 1. It is that serious. So what I'm telling you, I am just interested to find out what my panelists will be saying. I see I'm joined by Jamaa Najita Allah. Weh, sawa. Okay, but let me begin with Stella. Stella, do you think it's a vendetta against the former Handshake brothers ambao tumeanza kuona slowly but sure? Unmute. Okay, you're good.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying, okay, the current turn of events, or what we can say that I see it a personal vendetta. Then another thing, what I'm trying to say here, there's something the government has to do to divert the attention of common mwananchi. This is a way, maybe there's a scandal behind, so that the attention goes to the mwananchi. So where the scandal is, there's no much of attention. Another thing, like I'm seeing also our judiciary is getting compromised. Because if you people like Balala or the former CSAs and what, you had a whole year to do your investigation. You had your whole year to do your thorough background on how this money disappeared. We had Margaret Jakango saying how the money is being misused, and she also gave out even the red list of the governors who are not using money. So that means there's someone somewhere who is compromising someone, or or maybe there's someone politically, sorry to say, who's trying to use the media to divert attention for Kenyans. But what I can say right now is total BS. The thing is, we have an institution called this the EACC, and we also have the DPP. My question is, Why were they sleeping like lame dogs when they knew very well when this government came in, they could have started the investigation? Or maybe when this guy was like, "Oh, I really need to go back to see where the mess came in." But you cannot finish a whole year. Now you come and prove a point. Us, we don't care about how and what and what. Well, us right now, as a Kenyan who I'm speaking right now, I want to know the money which you overtaxed me, overtaxed us, overtaxed the hustler. What have you done so far? This should not be an emergency. Don't create don't create crisis to be an emergency so that to show that people that you're working. Your same CSs, the same people who are your governors, the same people who are on your dockets, the same governors, the same senators, everybody was kind of mulikwad. Wow, one day on a misuse public and one wastage for the tax money. That should be a concern. The other thing, knew very well that there was this issue of Ruto. We do not care. As tunataka tu kujua tu. Kesho unga itakuwa 300. Ama kesho petroli itaenda ipande nini, pesa iende ipande 500. That is my issue as a so giving the media just to cover the news, or you get people, you get some journalists, even most of them, even they are not under they are not even professional. So you go and create a cinema just to show that the hustler government is working. That's BS to me. I just need
now, Stella, it's just the other day, Stella, it's just the other day, a high-profile case in collapse, the Kimwarel and Arol. How is this different from that? Because arresting Balala now, his case is as good as old. Same to many cases ambazo wamejaribu kuraise against former CSs. Why is it that cases that are linked to Ruto affiliates zina collapse, but those who kind of seemed not to support him ndio zinafufuka na zinapewa some mileage? What is happening, Stella?
It's about the chicken and the egg. Oh, you can't.
I can hear you.
So it's a story about. Yeah, this is a narrative. Chicken and eggs issue. If he knew someone like this story for the Arol Kimwerel issue, remember when even the judge, when he was speeding up his judgment, she was very disappointed that the judicial has been wasted. Taxpayers' money has been wasted. So that means there's someone who went to the judiciary to sideline. I mean, how do I put it? Went to the judiciary just to create a story. But remember, the people like the DPI, the people like the DPP and the EACC, you say that you have 40 witnesses. Only 3 came out, but they never substantiated how the money got lost. So when this guy, what was his name? Even I think I've forgotten, because I'm not good with this issue about civil matters and what and what.
Nudin Haji, the DPP.
No, not Nudin Haji. The accused, the former CS.
Henry Rotich.
Yeah, Henry Rotich. So why right now it is a way of like, no, you people, you have to fast track this thing. We need our person not to be victimized. But you are forgetting he's the same person who suffered and lost his job, his livelihood, and also his sense of his dignity was destroyed because of one phone call. So what is so different with this phone call, which was passed to the judge? And yet they should understand that, you see, judiciary, we can able to track cases. We can able to track cases. If things like money which was stolen or whatever, if people like DCI and DPP, they've not proved, that means there's someone who is having a witch hunt. So to me, even this story of Balala being arrested, it's BS to me. It's BS to everyone. It's BS.
Okay. Shikilia hapo, Stella, I'll be coming back to you. Mr. G, is this witch hunt is another drama being created? Because we saw this drama before. I think Kenyans are used to this kind of drama, where you arrest a high profile person, like a CS, for example, create a whole fracas all over the country, suckers, kulikuwa na corruption of this amount of billions, and this guy now tunafaa tumarrest, tumpeleke ndani, we investigate, blah blah blah, and then as if we have just forgotten about Kimwarel. Hii story ishe tu hivyo. From where you sit, do we really need this drama now again?
You know, Mr. Jakes, this is just a drama that they created. And you know, I'm looking at it on a different angle. Unajua saa hii ndio wakati ambao Uhuru amejitokeza. And the coming out of Uhuru inaleta tension kwa UDA team, kwa sababu saa hii ni kama Central Kenya imeanza to move away from UDA. You know, these Central Kenya people, these are the people who are singing the song of Ruto. Kila wakaimba nyimbo ya Ruto wakisema vile Ruto ni hustler, mpaka wakatunga nyimbo nyingine hapo anasema hustler sijaluza mayai, anaelewa shida zetu. These are the people Central who always sang that song. Sasa wakati Uhuru amekuwa vindicated, now Uhuru has come out and is as if he's consolidating his base again. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo na umeona what is happening in Central Kenya, they are creating some intimidation. This is what is just happening. They are creating intimidation. Remember, mtu wa kwanza from the former government, the first CS ambaye alicongratulate this regime was Balala. Unakumbuka wakati Balala alijitokeza mwanzo kabisa akasema yeye ana congratulate Ruto. So we ask ourselves, is there a fallout between these guys? Kwa sababu I think they were communicating. Kwa sababu mtu hizo amuka tu mara moja from the former government, anajua kuwa ile government ambayo ilisha ilikuwa haipendi mtu vile alikuwa anasema, alafu anamcongratulate. So I think there is a fallout, and because of that fallout they are creating some intimidation. Na kwa sababu hiyo intimidation pia wanataka kuintimidate the other guys sababu bado wako nje. You know, kuna Munya ambao pia wanapinga hii serikali. Kuna a lot of people from the former government ambao wanapinga hii serikali na wanajaribu kuleta that intimidation. That is what is happening at the moment, but I think tutaongea baadaye tukiendelea.
Now Leo, even as I get your opening remarks, is it a witch hunt? Really, is there really a case against Balala? And if there is a case against Balala, should we even also open very current, fresh cases? Like we have the oil scandal, we have the sugar scandal, we have the cancer scandal. What ile ya COVID billionaires? We have ile ya neti ya juzi. The best we saw ni watu walifukwa job. Should we now wait hii kesi ikuwe 15 years ndio to revisit when we'll have a different president, when we'll have a different regime? Should we use our institution to settle political scores, to go on a witch hunt mission? You know, some of these things are they even necessary now? Why is the case necessary now? Some of these guys hawakuwa hata na uwezo wa kulipa cash bill ya 300,000, yet they are being charged for billions of shillings. What do you make of all this, Bwana Leo?
Okay, thank you, Jackson. Even though I want to maybe to view it in a different way. Number one, I have to agree that this is a case that is going nowhere. It is a case that is meant to waste the public resources and waste the public time. So instead of you looking at the real issues that you're facing currently, so the government want to divert your attention with some other cases, so that as you keep on talking about this case, the real issues are passing. I told you before, if you look at the series in which things have been happening in this government, it started with that oil lady. We saw Nyakango being arrested, and today it is Najib Balala, and we'll be discussing about Najib Balala. So when the Najib Balala story is going to fade, another story will come. But now if you look into reality, this is somebody who deserves not only to be arrested, but he deserves to be taken into jail. These are cases whereby they were supposed to build the Utalii, I don't know, they changed the name to Ronald Ngala College, something like that, in Mombasa. And if you look at the initial cost, the real cost of the facility, it was supposed to take 1.9 billion. But what did the Ministry of Tourism do? They decided to inflate it from 1.9 billion to 10.4 billion. So that is a difference of 8 point something billion. Meaning what Uhuru used to tell you, he knew that is what Uhuru himself and William Ruto and everybody was in that government used to do, inflating things. I remember Uhuru talking of a story of anasema moja yangu, mbili, tatu yangu, mbili yako, moja ya wananchi. So in this case, imagine mwananchi anakuwa robbed 8 billion. The facility is supposed to take 1.9 billion. So people will be clapping, tumejengewa shule, not knowing that kwa hii shule, the real cost ya shule ni 1.9 billion. Lakini there's something came called private consultants. And these are the consultants like the Edward Owalo that you see, they're the ones who are getting this money. So why do you have to say this? Balala was there in the Uhuru government one, the first Uhuru of 2013 up to 2017, the same ministry. He was again appointed in the same ministry in the second Uhuru regime. So this somebody that did the mistakes and they were comfortable with it. When immediately Ruto won the elections, I think Balala, having realized that they are not in good shape, though Balala was lukewarm actually, he never supported Uhuru's candidature, Uhuru's preference, that is the Azimio candidature towards the end of the 2022 elections. He was in the middle. And actually, among the CS who are with the Uhuru Kenyatta, he was the first one to congratulate William Ruto. Why was he doing this? He knew the evil things that he've done in this ministry, and one time is going to catch with him. So he was trying to mend fences, but it seemed the fences did not mend. Things did not go well the way he expected. That is why he decided to fly out to Yemen. He wasn't here. He decided to go back to his country. Remember, he is a Yemen. He was born there, but all his dealings he was doing in Kenya. And once he remembered he looted enough that can now feed him back to his country, that is when he realized that he is having a second home, which is Yemen. So the only people who remained suffering is you and me, who doesn't have a second home. You, when you fly out, maybe you go to UK, you'll go there maybe as a visitor or as a tourist with a tourist visa that will only last you for 12 months. You'll have to pay to stay there. But with him, because he's having a second home, which is Yemen, he can comfortably come and loot money in Kenya because he's having a second home. So if the arrest is not going to be actualized, then the government should tell us that we don't want to deal with these corruption cases. Let us just write them off the way they normally write the debts and stop subjecting us to this kind of dramas. But if they're serious with these cases, then people like Balala should be arrested. They need to be behind the jail. They need to tell Kenyans where this money was. You know, the Ministry of Tourism have really been getting a lot of money, but the citizens cannot be able to, we cannot be able to feel or see this ministry. I'm expecting to see tourist colleges in each and every corner of this region. Go to places like Narok. Tourists flock there every year. Is there anything that the ministry have done to them? Go to places like Homa Bay. They're having Roma National Park there. Go to places like Bondo. They're having some mausoleums and the national parks there. Go across the country, but are we seeing anything? Tourism is the major source of revenue in this country after the tax that Zakayo is collecting. The next source of revenue in this country is tourism, which gives us a lot of foreign exchange. But do we see this money? That is why people like Balala can walk in and out, because they know they have the second homes. When this guy was appointed in that position, you saw what he did. These tourists here, the current tourists that we're having. So that's what I could say, is that if the government is really serious about these cases, then these people need to be arrested and the cases should be paid. They should be declared like emergency cases. They should be heard within 1 month, like just the presidential petition, and be done away with. But if they're not serious, instead of checking on the ones to, there's somebody, if you read that book of, is it, there's this book called The Shrines of Tenderness, there's a character there who was
Majoy.
So instead of just having these cases whereby you just look into glasses and you say, leo nataka kufinya huyu, nikishamfinya nimweke kando, leo nataka kufinya huyu, then they are wasting our time and they're also wasting resources. But as Stella said, I agree with her. They're meant to divert our attentions. They will go nowhere. Thank you.
Jama anajita Allah. Allah, I don't know if you can hear me. I hope you're well. Allah, can you hear me? Allah, you're in the studio. You can hear me.
You need to mute. The device is not connecting. Actually, the person's name, if I can see what has been authenticated here, is Angela Sindani. So maybe.
Oh, Angela Sindani,
but then it's not connected. Maybe she or he can leave the studio and join back afresh, and maybe you can also advise. You can also advise your panelists.
Mic iweze kufunguka vizuri. Okay, but let me come back to you, Bwana G, before I go back to Stella. Mr. G, let me ask you this. Balala has served in several regimes. This is the only regime he's missing out. But one time he said that he certainly will be in the next government. And I remember during the burial of one Mr. Nyaga, he had nice sentiments to say. He talked of how he has been able to survive in different regimes. He spoke of how he has learned the ropes and he knows how to survive. And he was candid enough to say that he was ready to support the president coming in that time. By that time, Ruto was just the DP. But this is what he had to say. I'm about to play that, and I'll ask you to give me your sentiments on this, because he never really worked against Ruto. He was not that vocal, if you remember correctly. The guys who were so audible alikuwa kina Matiang'i, but Balala was soft, if I may use that word politely.
What are the plans? Where are you going? He says, don't worry, Najib. I will be in government by any ways. In any equation, he will be in government. I said, fine. So you have seen now, I've learned, I am in all governments. And even the next one coming, I will be in there. So, Your Excellency, I don't know if I'll be in your government, but I know I will be in government. The only thing, ile rada nimepoteza kidogo. Zamani nilikuwa ninajibu, sina siri. Sasa nimezeeka kidogo, nimepevuka kidogo. Hasa hatujui mambo itaenda vipi. But I can assure you, if you mean good for this country, like Joe was, committed, honest, with dignity, and no politics of deceit, then this country will move forward and the good people will lead this country.
Those were the words of Najib Balala. Those days, he was like prophesying to himself. Unfortunately, the prophecy didn't turn out as he expected. He's not in government. And he asked Ruto that, I'm sure you have heard, but hakuwa mkali sana kama akina Matiang'i. You can go back and quote how nasty akina Matiang'i at times would become. Mr. G, what do you think is really happening to Balala? Because many loved him.
Jax, before Mr. G, just point of information, it's wrong to say that Matiang'i alikuwa mkali. You have to understand that Matiang'i was the cabinet secretary of the interior. So it is the nature of his job that demanded him to exercise authority. That is the most authoritative ministry that a country can have. Forget about even the Ministry of external things like the defense. So he just actually had to speak with authority. And so for the first time in this country that we're having somebody with a soft voice in that ministry. So we are yet to maybe give some findings after 5 years. The people who've been in that ministry, look at people like George Saitotis. In that ministry, you don't need somebody who will come and tell you, please. It needs authority. The people who was leading, like the police, the police service, they take orders. There you take and give orders. Thank you.
Mr. G.
Okay. I think I can agree. Yeah, I can agree with what Leo is saying. The docket that Matiang'i alikuwa amechukua is a docket that needs somebody who has authority. But another thing I can add is that, Matiang'i is somebody ambaye alikuwa anapenda ukweli. Alikuwa apendi ujinga. So, most of the time alikuwa ameshajua Ruto ni nani, because he knew how this guy was operating in the government, and he knew how the guy was acting. Huyo wizi alikuwa anafanya wizi wa mashamba na nini. So the guy ambaye ni Matiang'i hapendi hiyo upuzi. That's why he was just open. That's why angetoka akawaambia kuwa hii government ni wakichaguliwa wengi watakuwa ni wash. Those are the ones ambao are coming out of Matiang'i, na Matiang'i alikuwa ni CS by then, na akasema huu mtu ni mkora na tukimchagua tutaumia. So Matiang'i hakupenda upuzi, but on Balala is somebody, although he was in ODM, alikuwa upande wa Raila some years back. I think 2002 he was with Raila, but I don't know where the fallout came in.
Everybody in this government was in ODM current. The current government is just the 205, 207 ODM.
207 ODM. So I don't know where the fallout came in, lakini because of that, kumona kama Balala mostly alikuwa okay. There's mic ambayo iko on. Kuna mic iko on na kuna kelele mingi sana. Okay. With Balala amekuwa ni mtu wakati alitoka ODM, is a guy ambaye hakuwa akisupport Raila sana. Because we saw many of those CAS ambao walikuwa na Uhuru. Most of them walikuwa na support baba na walikuwa natoka kiwazuwazi wakisema, but looking at Balala mostly hakuwa sana upande wa baba. Huyu jamani kama kuna some bitterness ama hatred alikuwa nao na area ya baba, so hakuongea sana upande huo, but Balala pia is somebody ambaye hayuko straightforward. Na kulingana na hizi vitu ambazo zinamfuata, ukimwangalia most of things ambazo zinamfuata zinaonyesha kuwa is a guy ambaye alikuwa a hypocrite, alikuwa amejificha. Hata kama anasema haongei sana, but he knew what he was doing. He's not a right person. But apart from that, Mr. Jakes, what is happening at the moment, I think he just tense. Jamaa wame tense. Yeah. Watu wamewacha. Look at what happened. I think ni leo ambao amechukua watu wote wale watu ambao wanaimba wakisema kwa sisi tunaenda maandamano au wanalima. Watalima wakati watakuwa navuna, sisi tutakuwa tunalia. Ndio watu ambao leo wamepanga laini wakienda kuchukua msaada. Na msaada yenyewe the guy ameprint mpaka picha yake. Kwa hiyo magunia. Sasa a full president
just now.
Okay.
We'll be coming to that just now. Now, I'm yet to hear any politician or people from the coast come to Malala's defense. I don't know if you remember this defense.
The arrests happen in this country so swift. But when you ask for charges to be preferred, because if they arrested these persons in the morning, we've asked the DCI to go ahead and charge them in court. They are not ready to charge them in court this afternoon. They are saying until tomorrow. It's a clear indication that the process of arresting and the process of between the arrest and charging an individual is perhaps being acutely abused, because the intention, they know very well that ultimately these people will be free, but it's important that they are punished in the interim, which is unfortunate. And therefore, my conclusion in this, in what I have seen, is that we are not fighting corruption. What is happening is that we are lying to the citizen of Kenya that we are fighting corruption. We are creating a narrative that is meant to show that there is an ongoing fight against corruption in this country, when in reality, the evidence on the ground and the games behind the scenes, looking at the people who have been arrested, looking at the people who have been left out, looking at the nature of the arrest, looking at the excuses being given, including the projects that are being undermined, I have come to the conclusion that we are just exercising PR stunts to lie to the people of Kenya that we are fighting corruption, and to have this purported acceptability of the public that in this country we are fighting corruption, when in reality we are playing politics of PR to the people of Kenya.
Okay. Stella, I needed Mulkomen to say those words. Is this truly PR and playing politics just to showcase Kenya Kwanza is fighting corruption? Yet we know very well some cases they may drop and they may fail in this regime.
Yeah, because if you see the same words which he used the previous regime, ndio imempata. So right now atasema nini? So there's an issue here. I've told you, Jakes. If you see this story which is going round and it's becoming a headline in every TV station, in every vernacular or every whatever in the social media, there's a scandal somewhere will happen. And that scandal, one day, it is going to explode And I'm telling you, if this regime won't come back again in the year 2027, then they should now warm up. Even them, they get the same wrath, whatever they are doing now. The issue here is another thing. This PR, it's because guys are annoyed. Because number one, Jakes, you saw the last 2 days, what Nyakango said about the budget, how it is being misused, how people are getting per diems, like almost 1 million or 2 million. Because wameona Wakenya wamenyamaza. So then you see, the other day, walikuwa wamesema the way governors have been given billions. Those billions, you cannot see any development. What's happening in that county? I can give you an example. Look at Kilifi County. There is no hospital. Anyone who gets sick on Mombasa, anyone, in fact, even it is so worse that even Kilifi, the roads are so impassable. They've not been repaired for the last 10 years. If you ask yourself why it has not been refurbished, it is something about policy. Guys like Kenha, they will be there. People like Kera will be there, and they will tell Mungaro, fine, we are going to give you this a chunk of money. The county has to remove this chunk of money so that we have passable roads. But nothing. There is no hospital. Look at a place like, if I mention counties, you just get annoyed. The one which was even worse, and even the entire Senate had to fly all the way to Turkana. Someone who gets more than 500 billion, what would 500 billion do for Turkana County? It could be another Silicon Valley over there. If someone like Nanok, you do an office when you're in that during that past regime, and none of that, and that office has not even been occupied. In fact, even the fleet of cars which he has, only 3 fleets of those cars can do a school, and even it can do a hospital. The only governor who I can applaud, and he was from the previous regime, was he's called for the one for Narok, not Narok, in Pokot, the mathematician. What's his name?
Professor Lenyangapuo. Nyangapuo, yeah.
Yes. If you check even on the CDF, if you go through the commission of whatever of CDF, you see how the money has been given. If you go now to Pokot, you cannot even believe that you're in Pokot, because long time ago your narrative when you used to go to Pokot, it's either a dry road, or you see cattle rustlers, or you see children rearing goats. Now it is a small town which is even devolved. Even you'd see people from other counties, they want to go and settle in Pokot because this person gave out, his policies were in order. But now the problem is, here we have tumbocrats. Look at someone like, what's his name? Ababu Namwamba. Was he a governor or a senator? Who was he? Whatever. You get almost like 8 billion, but you cannot build
Ababu Namwamba was MP.
It doesn't matter. So walikuwa anapewa CDF. So hiyo CDF ilikuwa inaenda wapi? Ilikuwa inaenda kwa tumbo yake, because hata CDF inasaidia mwananchi. People think CBDF is bursary. It's not bursary. CDF comes in a long way. It starts from the nitty-gritty things, from hospitals, from school, buying exercise books. And supporting teachers, like there's this one for education fund, which even the guys of World Bank, they gave even people that initiative to go and get there, but the CDF, they were meant to fund it. But if you see all these issues which are happening now from today, breaking news, that is a story which is it's shifting the attention. Mimi, if I sit down here, my attention is like, oh, alishikwa. Ni sawa tu, lakini pesa yetu iko wapi? I am not a happy Kenyan, I'm telling you. When my whatever was taxed, and I'm being overtaxed. Now even KRA today, they've now started giving giving notices what is going to be taxed, and there's nothing which is declining. Everything is upward hill, upward hill, upward hill, and they are not even giving definite reasons why they are doing that. So me as a Kenyan, okay, akina Balala walishikwa nini, that's not my attention. Me, I want to know if I'm getting into 2024, is my life going to get better? Yeah. The another thing, you people, you know that Ruto guys and some people in Waitevye, their land was grabbed. Someone said that land, he's the one who owns it, and those people who are staying there are quarters. Let me tell you, the guys from Waitevye, Thika, everybody came as one accord, and they told the chief, go bring the owner who said that land is his, so that we know who has the real title. Now, what is the story which I'm hearing at the ground, that land which is there, it is supposed to be commissioned for affordable housing. But you cannot commission affordable housing if people are not satisfied on your legal framework. Hizo nyumba zikikuja unatengenezea nani? Okay, anyway, let me just deviate. But what I want to say, it's BS, it's just a public diversion of attention. But I know there's a scandal which will happen.
Stella, just to remind you, do you know that we are having the Turkana windmill? And Turkana, like the office you've said that was built by the governor, doesn't have electricity. Since they were built, they don't have electricity connected to them. There's no electricity in Turkana, but we are having power. The windmill that drives the power is in Turkana County. So that is how serious the country is.
Jakes, can I say something, Jakes? Jakes, you're on mute. What are you saying?
Sorry, Stella, it's me muting you. Sauti yako, sorry, your end has some echo. When you speak, hakuna echo, but when someone else speaks, kuna echo. So I'll be doing that when you're not speaking. Hope you're well. You understand what I've... Yeah.
Jakes, can I say something real quick?
Please do. But how are you as well?
I'm on a giving mood. I want to give some reality to my friend Leo.
I hope you would give. I was very excited on that giving sentiments. I was
my friend, give it to the viewers, not to me. Give it to the viewers.
No, yeah.
Ni giving ya vitu zenye mtu anaweza jinais nayo Christmas, eh? But
it will benefit. It will benefit everyone.
Yes. And you promised me a book that I've not seen. Your channel is invisible. Okay, we'll talk later behind the curtain.
He promised me money sometimes back. I even forgave him. But anyway, Mungu ni nani?
Jakes, I tried to call. Jakes, okay, Jakes, I tried to call. Hold on. Calm down. Everyone, calm down.
Promise after promise. But anyway,
Jakes,
go to your submission.
Jakes, your number, I tried to call your number. It's not working. I don't know what's going on. You need to give me your number.
Goodness. Stella, is my number working?
Stella is in.
Yeah, my number is working. Leo, is my number working?
Type it one more time for me.
I don't know how. Maybe he's calling you via, is it the Telegram or typewriter? Those are that why the messages that they used to send, like, please tell Jax I need him. Weki full stop you.
Japolo can never say something that he will do in terms of fulfilling giveaways. But anyway, giveaway what you want.
Jax, you can help. There is a viewer there. Robert Jones wants to join. So Robert Jones, there is a link on the comment section. So when you click on the link, it will direct you to StreamYard. And the first question StreamYard is going to ask you to allow StreamYard permission to configure your audio and your camera. So you just click allow. Then from that, your audio and camera will be configured and you'll find yourself in the studio. I think it is that simple. Unless you're having internet challenges like the other one, Angela. But Angela, you can as well recharge or you can as well refresh your internet and join so that you say kile kinachokukera ama kile kinachokufurahisha hapa ndani.
Okay.
I know, Angela. I'll send her the link.
Let me
go ahead, Bwana Kenya Rebel.
Okay. Leo and Alex, I understand Alex, they keep on propping up this Matiang'i guy that he was a very efficient.
Leo is
Hold
not
on,
even in the show. Why do you want to attack Alex?
hold on. He's probably listening somewhere.
Let him proceed. No,
Can I?
I'll handle him. Let him proceed. I'll
Okay.
handle
Can
him.
I finish?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
They like telling us, painting a rosy picture of Matiang'i. He was so efficient. He revolutionized the education system. He did this. He did this. Matiang'i is a village thief who stole 3.8 billion Ruaraka land scandal. Matiang'i can barely wipe his own ass.
Really?
Okay? Yes. But here you are. I know Alex is supporting him because he's his fellow TC. Leo is the ODM, and ODM is in whatever with Azimio. So he wants to come up and tell us that, he had to talk to us tough because he had authority. Speaking like a wild man while addressing people does not mean you have authority. You just don't have emotional intelligence. Okay? So I hate this idea of people coming here and rewriting history when they come here and tell us that Matiang'i was such a great public servant. Matiang'i was a disaster. He needs to be in jail right now, being tortured for the rest of his natural life. Him along with Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? So let's not rewrite history. These people are thugs who killed a lot of people, dumped bodies in Ribayala. How many times should I tell you that? Stop telling lies here.
Kenya Revolutionary, let me just pick you from there. Number one.
And he doesn't have a PhD.
Okay, it's okay. I'll take you there. Matiang'i is having a PhD. He's Dr. Matiang'i. And
Doctor of what? Doctor of what? Doctor of what? What dissertation did he write? What was the dissertation on?
Let us not
Stop
go
being
into
con man.
Okay, let me start by the first thing. Matiang'i is the one who ended examination cheating in this country. It is a fact. We are not talking. Matiang'i is not a politician.
Fact because you say it, or fact because of evidence?
Number two, Matiang'i is the one who led the analog to digital migration in this country when he was the Ministry of ICT.
My grandmother can do that while she's laying on bed.
But your grandmother never did that. The people,
of course, because she couldn't get that job because Uhuru Kenyatta was
we will discuss
very.
Your grandmother when he will.
I'm telling you that what he did was something that any Kenyan can do. That's my point.
But no Kenyan have done it. Any Kenyan can do, but no Kenyan have done it before. So we have to appreciate.
Was never given the opportunity.
Shortfalls, and these shortfalls were based on line of duty. When Matiang'i, maybe the police killed people in Kisumu, which makes you bitter than anything else. He was in line of duty. He was the cabinet, and currently your very own Raymond Omolo is the PS Interior, and your people are still killed under his supervision. So what are you saying? What are you going to say on that? Your very own Raymond Omolo.
What I'm saying is, Matiang'i is a thief. Ruaraka land scandal, 3.8 billion that is stole. Number two, he was dumping bodies in Ribayala. Okay, dumping Luo bodies. And Leo, you as a Luo, you are here sitting here because it's friends with Raila Odinga. It's a shame. You're an abomination that's causing isolation.
Okay, I hear you, Bwana Kenya Rebel. Just for a moment, I hear you, Bwana Kenya Rebel. Allow me to mute. Just a moment. Stella kidogo tu. I don't know why Leo sauti yake iko na echo. But when you are talking haiko na
echo. I think when Stella is unmuted and somebody is speaking, there's echo. But when Stella is speaking, there's no echo. I think she should, when she's unmuted, then we should all mute so that she finish to avoid that echo. Maybe it is a challenge from her side. So the only the only justice we can do is that when she's speaking, we all get quiet, including.
Yeah, now she's about to speak. She's about.
Yes, so we need to.
But Leo,
there's something.
Leo, I think the challenge is the gadget. Maybe another log out and then he comes in. Yeah, I log out and then I come in.
Give the comment before Sahau alafu ndia log out.
Stella, go ahead.
Unmute me. Okay, let's give where credit is due. Matiang'i was a patriot. Matiang'i was someone who had intellectual thinking. if it was not Matiang'i, the 844 system, it wouldn't be the way it is now. Matiang'i cleared corruption in immigration. Matiang'i cleared corruption.
Play me the world's smallest violin. Patriotic by killing people?
No, let me ask you. I need to ask you, Kenya Rebel. I don't know why you're in pain that you are saying that Matiang'i killed people in Livayala.
He is a pseudo-intellectual.
Let me finish. The person who you're meant to blame for those bodies which were dumped in Livayala, it's the guy who's called the IG. The IG is supposed to be answerable. Another thing you have to understand, the guys who are dumped there, there's a branch of the Kenya Police Service. These people are called, they are like the DCI. I mean, they have a higher rank. Leo, you can help me. They're
Headed by Uhuru Kenyatta and Mati.
Okay, Stella, just mute a bit. Stella, mute so that the echo, just mute a minute. Okay, let me help Kenya Rebel understand this.
I've not finished my point.
No, I'm just helping you so that you finish. That's why I've just requested your 1 minute. I've just requested your 1 minute to help you respond to him. You need to tell him that William Ruto told us, and he is the first person who told us that there are Kenyans who are being killed in Nairobi area, and they were killed in a container which was in Nairobi area. And the person who was in charge of that station is the current IG appointed by William Ruto. So the same William Ruto told us that Kenyans were being killed at the watch of the police in Nairobi area in a container, and the person who was in charge of that container is the current IG. So that is enough to answer Kenya Rebel, the people who are responsible for these killings. He knows them. They are in this government. They were working for this government to defame the people who are there by then. Thank you.
Okay, Leo, I get your point. I really get your point. But remember, you cannot say that the CS ordered. No, the CS is there. It's like a headmistress. So if you have a student who is misbehaving, there's a prefect on top of you, isn't it? So if the prefect decides for you when the urime miti ama you wash the dining hall, are you going to blame the headmaster? No. So for Matiang'i, people should understand this guy was a patriot. We never knew. I could have told you that Matiang'i improved the education system. Those days, education system was so vague. Watoto wote walikuwa, I mean, inetangwaje. You used to remember there was ranking of schools. There's this school which is number one. He was like, no, let's remove, we abolish this thing. I am going to rank a student venye amekuwa.
And the private schools were buying exams to rank higher to get more clients.
Exactly. So this is what I'm trying to say, that Matiang'i had abolished everything. So that even that time when the teachers were being told, why is your school not performing? So the person who's going to be accountable is not the district education officer, it's the headmaster and the administrator of that school. So Matiang'i put it in a way, it has to be accountable by the school, but not the entire DOE, those guys of district education. Remember, when he came in the interior, he changed the passport system. Long time ago, we used to go and fill papers, then you take them. He's the one who said and initiated, and he said everybody should apply their passport through the e-citizen platform. If it delays, you have a right, and even he gave out a hotline. So let's give where credit is due. But you cannot accuse an innocent man and say that he's the one who dumped bodies. You have to go through the National Police Service. There are so many branches over there. There's DSU, there's intelligence, there are those guys who are called the Interpol and what and what. You have to ask the guy who is the IG. In this docket, these people are arrested. So when they were arrested, they went to jail. Okay, who is supposed to be in the jail? The guys of the prisons. So the prisons will be asked how these people were arrested. Remember, when you're going to court, you must have a file. Also, let's give Matiang'i's credit, because even him, he showed people that this is how my government has to, not my government, this is how my docket has to run. Because I remember even the time when he was in the education sector, he made a lot of people lose their jobs because of incompetence. Also in the police service, he had told some people, I'll demote you, you go to Capedo. I demote you, you go to place where guys are, where they're called what? Where they are whatever, raiders. But now there was discipline in this police force. But we cannot say that he's the one who ordered those mulizi. You have to go down to the IG. Like me, I'm supposed to blame someone called IG Kome. IG Kome, he has handled the National Police Service the way he handles his house. How he's going to bully the wife is how he come and bully the docket, which cannot allow that. Ask yourself, why there's
just one moment. Allow me to pause you, because I need to give Kenyaribe the right of reply, given that both you and Leo seem to be talking same thing. Kenyaribe, I want to ask you, even as I bring you on board. It is during his tenure that we saw the DP stripped off some security guys, and he went to the parliament institution and he gave some very interesting remarks, some of which were disapproved by many. Now, he's one guy who at times would rule by an iron fist. Sometimes he was termed to be ruthless. So from where you sit, do you agree with Leo and Stella?
No, because they don't know what they're talking about. Stella is saying Matiang'i was stop. Well, I'm still talking. He's saying Matiang'i was a patriot. Who is what kind of patriot steals 3.8 billion from the public? That's not patriotism. Stealing from the public is not patriotism, unless you don't know the meaning of being a patriot. This fat-headed bastard stole money and killed innocent youth who are protesting against the illegal rule by Kenyatta. I know Stella is a Kenyatta fan. Kenyatta should be in ICC, being tortured for every day till he dies. Okay?
Stella,
I'm not going to stop. I'm sorry if your fellow people.
Kenyatta was in ICC and his case was brought.
I'm muting you. Just one moment, everybody. I'm muting you so that I can give Kenyaribe time to respond. I'll also give you time to give.
But allow him to respond politely. Why is he shouting? He can express himself with.
I'm shouting because you're spreading lies.
Kenyaribe, don't shout, but go ahead.
We can hear you. You don't need to shout. You don't need to break our ears.
Okay, Leo, be quiet when I'm talking so I can talk.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're protected. Go ahead.
These Azimio zombies, lobotomized parrots, they can't think past Raila Odinga and their demonic ideology. Okay?
Miguna Miguna got even Miguna
Stop.
Miguna
Leo, can you stop?
This guy is going to
you see why I'm yelling? Do you see why I'm yelling? Do you see why I'm yelling?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm protected. Yes. I'll mute everyone for you. Go ahead. And then when they'll be speaking, I'll mute you. But go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'll start with Stella. Stella is a Uhuru Kenyatta sycophant. Uhuru Kenyatta is a criminal that survived only because he has too much money and he has bribed everyone in Kenya. He should be in committee. This drunkard has never been sober in his life. Okay? Matiang'i was appointed by this drunkard who anajikuna matako while addressing Kenyans. Okay? He brought in Matiang'i to Uhuru to take the position of the Ruto at the time. Okay? Matiang'i, this village thief, okay, pseudo intellectual. He has a PhD, the same PhD that Oscar Sudi has as engineer. Who Leo? I know Leo has the worst judgment in character. He thinks this man is educated. Matiang'i can barely finish one sentence when he's talking. But let me go ahead in Matiang'i. You say he's a patriotic and he has a revolutionary. I'm saying that the compliment she has made, I can do that while I'm closing my eyes. Even my grandmother can do it while I'm sleeping. Then you call him a patriotic. Let's look at the Waraka land scandal. He stole 3.8 billion. What kind of patriot steals from the government? Okay? These are the people who are putting here, you are telling us that they are patriotic, they're doing a good job. Let's go back to saying that it was IG's in the new. It wasn't IG's who was responsible for those people who died. These orders, when after Miguna gave a speech and saying they were going to burn down every menu of Uhuru Kenyatta, Matiang'i came out and said that he will deal with the protesters, okay? And he gave order. He said he has the power to tell people, to order the security forces, who went and dumped thousands, if not hundreds, of Luo people in Ribayala, innocent protesters. So when you come here and try to tell us that Ati Matiang'i was a great man, you need to be lobotomized because you're not in your right mind or drug tested. So Leo and my sister Stella, who I understand maybe likes Kenyatta because he was his fellow tribe people, and Alex likes him, and Nyagaka likes him because he's his fellow Kisi, okay? And Leo likes him because he's an Azimio. I told you Azimio is a cult. They can't think past Raila Odinga. But anyway, all I'm trying to say is this. Stop rewriting history. These are criminals who need to be jailed. And I hope Ruto does that. If Ruto does that, he will win the hearts of Kenyans. Thank you, and I'll mute.
Yeah. Now listen to Stella. Stella, 1 minute. Then I go to Leo, then Mr. G, then Pen Nyagaka will be last. Yes, Stella, unmute yourself. Right of reply.
And I need to tell, you cannot say that you don't have proof about that Waraka, whatever. That Waraka, they saw how that land was transferred to some entity where only Matiang'i was there as I think he was one of the docket of, what was the name of the guy before him? Lands, he was in lands. This guy petitioned and won. So the Waraka land right now as we speak, it was returned to their rightful owners. So you can't say that he stole 8.2 billion. If he stole that 8.2 billion, why is he not arrested? Let's talk the facts where it says that this guy was arrested and this is the amount which he used. And also, we need also to see how the DPP and the ESCC and also the DCI, they came up with that. But the problem is, these people, they bring sideshows, they show us DCI in front, this guy is interrogated, then he's not taken to court. So you can't say that this guy stole money. Let's see if he was dragged out from the DCI, taken to court, the way Naniki Arora and Kimwerero was arrested. What's his name? Rotich. Then you can't say that Matiang'i made at guys 200 Luo people. It doesn't matter who died in Livayala. Even there were Kikuyus there. Even there were Luyos there. There was even Kalenjins. You don't know. But the thing is, you cannot say that he's the one who ordered people to be killed. You have to ask the IG. The IG who was there, he's the one who gave direction. And remember those directions, it does not come from the CS because the CS has no power. The power which he has to go through the National Police Service. And the former IG is supposed even to go through a disciplinary process like any other person. Like right now, we know we have an incompetent IG called Come. He's called IG Come, whatever. You know me, these guys, you get tired about even mentioning their name. Someone like IG Come, during the maandamano, guys were being killed right and left and center. And we knew that the people who went for maandamano were being shipped with buses and lorries from anywhere just to create a narrative to show that Azimio is destroying the country because of maandamano issue. Let me tell you, picketing is allowed by law. But the thing is, someone said, and also even some people even confessed, that the way they were carried from some certain place in Kikuyu and what, then they were brought to Northlands to go and steal at Uhuru's land. We know that the one for the express highway, people were shipped at night so they can draw attention that they are in maandamano, and yet people were saying hawa watu si wa hapa, hawa watu ni walilele usiku. If kama right now, even the police themselves, they wanajiogopa because hujui kama polisi ako saidia Azimio ama yako whatever. But you can't say, you can't say that Matiang'i was a bigot. This guy was patriotic. He knew what he was. At least he was the one who was performing out of all the CSs. His docket was performing. But these other people were jokers. Leo, assist me on that.
Leo, go ahead.
Thank you. And because I don't want to take much time, I've seen Senior Pen Nyagaka there. You know, when seniors come, you give them some opportunity to speak ahead of you. So I just want to correct Kenya Rebel about Matiang'i. I started following Matiang'i before he joined the political scene, when he was a columnist, I think in Daily Nation newspaper. But I know Nyagaka will confirm this, that Matiang'i went to a school in Kisii called Kiabonyoru. From then, he is among the people who studied at the famous, a prestigious school in Kisii, the Kisii High School. Everybody in this country knows Kisii High School. It has been known for some negative things, like he knew when he was stopping the exam cheating. I think he knew it, because Kisii High School was always accused of cheating in examination, though it's a story for another day. Before he enrolled to KU and was he enrolled for a Bachelor's of Education degree in English and Literature. So I don't know why you tell me Matiang'i cannot make a sentence, yet he did a Bachelor's of degree in English and Literature. And after that, he took his career at, he taught in, I think it is in Kisii, at a Menyenya Secondary School, before joining University of Nairobi, where he did his master's degree and a PhD in communication and comparative literature. So when the president appointed him in 2013 in that Ministry of ICT, it was because of his PhD in the communication and comparative literature. And the president also realized that this gentleman also did education. He is a teacher of English and literature, and gave him the Department of Education, a department that he really managed very well, par excellence. The only person who could fit in his shoes was Professor George Magoha. That is Matiang'i before joining politics. So when we are discussing of a statesman like Matiang'i, we need to really give credit. Even though the things that happened, he wasn't directly responsible for them. And that is why even we, the people who love Raila Amolo Odinga, will really identify with himself, and will remember that when Matiang'i was there, he was a minister. He was just speaking as any other minister can speak. When you are made a minister, you are given responsibilities and powers, and no minister will just sit down and that is his duty. If your duty is to supervise people, you have to supervise people whether they like it or not, because that is what earns you salary, and God will reward you for that. I know it was not, there is no single day he ordered people to be killed or told police you go and shoot them. Unless you have a clip, then it will be played. So we have to appreciate Matiang'i. And I know he took all the responsibility of the evil things that happened in the Uhuru and William Ruto's government. That is true. All the blames were on him, and people are forgetting to understand the structures, how things work. There are some things that we know the people who are directly involved. If a case was to be filed in court, Matiang'i would not be sued for anything that happened to people who are demonstrating. They would always sue the IG.
Point of order.
Saw it. I'm done speaking.
No,
you saw the Azimio going to court.
Finish.
Why didn't they take? Why didn't they tag along Professor Kindiki? They will always sue the IG. Is the one who is directly responsible to giving orders to the police, not the cabinet secretary. So there's
a lawsuit against Matiang'i, right?
The lawsuit is for the Ruaraka land, not for the issues that you are telling us. And for the Ruaraka land, that's a criminal proceeding that we, the citizens, are not, unless we are witnesses who have some evidence, we can talk about it. But things that we don't
James, let me correct him, please.
You can't be able to
gentle.
correct.
Let me correct you. There's a lawsuit against Matiang'i that says, actually, we're going to won that case against Matiang'i and the other guy, that Matiang'i was supposed to personally pay Miguna for the house that he knew. It's not a different. Listen to me. Can you listen? You know you're ignorant and you don't want to listen. Listen so I can educate you. Let me educate you. I know you're from the village. Let me educate you. Let me educate you.
But everybody comes from the village.
Yes. No, not me. That's why I want to educate you. That's why I want to educate you. Listen,
Okay, just one moment. Kenya Rebel pause kidogo,
Allow
kunywa
Pen
some
to
water.
proceed. Allow Pen to
Nyagaka,
proceed.
go
That
ahead.
is lack of
Nyagaka, go
explanation.
ahead.
Yeah, I'll have to stop Kenya
wacha
Rebel.
niseme kitu moja. Habari yenu vijana, habari Jakes. Sasa mimi yangu ni ya kwamba revolutionary, I don't support somebody because it's Kisii. I agree with you 100%, lakini hawa Reo na huyu mama, they are saying the truth too. Ni ya kwamba when he was in ICT, when he came in education, he did an A+ job. And that's when he could have been a president or a prime minister. But when he was given this kasi katolewa kwa nani Ruto, akapewa interior, he grew up, so much that he was really killing the people in Yara, because that ministry all the way goes to him. Just as much as we give him credit in education for cleaning it up, for ICT, for developing the TV to the world standard, we give him credit for that. But I would not, I will not ever support somebody just because it's Kisi. Na kama anafanya mbaya. He stole the land, and he took orders from that drunk guy, Kenyatta, and he had all those good credentials that he had. They messed up on him. All the people that were dying in Yala, how come when Ruto came along, the people never died? How come Professor Kindiki, we cannot say that he's dumping people here and there? That's
Because
very
the
simple.
propaganda stopped.
It
Those
was
people stopped
Matiang'i.
dying. The
Let me finish.
propaganda
Let me finish. It was Matiang'i that takes all the evil or all the credit of killing the people in the River Yara. He did not physically do it, but people under him, and he knew.
Thank you.
How did he take Miguna out of the country? That is completely illegal. And to support that kind of theories is beyond me. Na wacha tuende maneno ya nani Balala. Balala alikuwa rafiki ya ndani kabisa ya Ruto. And it was the only reason why Ruto was given a ministry in 2007. And then Raila had given Ruto a deputy minister. And Balala said, no, let me not have the ministry, let Ruto have it. And then that's when the Ruto and the Kenya and the Raila differed completely from their own. So if Balala stole any money, if anybody around him, what we say about bottom up in Yakwamba Jakes, corruption has to go for bottom up to work. He's selling off the corporations, like we said. It's the distribution of whatever it is that the companies are producing to the regular people who bought the shares in Kenya Airways, who bought the shares in the post office, who bought the shares in Kenya Commercial Bank, and let us privatize so many corporations that way. It is really the Kenyan people that will buy the shares there and get paid. It is not only the foreigners. So yangu ni kwamba, finally, let us separate Matiang'i for two jobs. He did in education and ICT, A+, and then when he came to the Ministry of Interior, he did F-, because if the people that were dying are beyond. The land that is supposed to have both, to have stolen is above our thinking. So yangu revolutionary, ngoja nimalize ni kusema kwamba hata akiwa mkisi kama ni mwizi. Thank you.
Asante Nyagaka.
Thank you, Pen. Maybe as we proceed, maybe just a quick question that you've said. There's this notion that also people do say that Matiang'i took kazi ya William Ruto. Matiang'i had a post like the post that Musalia Mudavadi is holding today. He was like a prime cabinet secretary, or if you use other word, the chief cabinet secretary, like the prefect or the head of these other cabinet secretaries. So the only difference between Matiang'i and Mudavadi is that one was aggressive and embraced the work and put the responsibility into work, while the other one is mute. You've been given power and you still wait to be pushed. So that is something that I should not make you think that Matiang'i took the roles of the deputy president. The deputy president still had his roles. He would call the cabinet meeting when the president was away. Matiang'i didn't have the responsibility. Actually, the duties of the deputy president are in the Kenyan constitution. So somebody, if you want to tell me that Matiang'i took them, it means that the constitution was changed. So what Matiang'i did is that if somebody was given responsibility and breathed some power into that responsibility. I'll give you an example with my ODM party. Sifuna was never elected by anybody to become the party secretary general. He just saw some vacuum in that office, replaced it and breathed some power in it. And that is how he became the most powerful secretary general that everybody wants to be. So if you are made a secretary general, but the only thing you can do is behave like Malala, that you can only talk in funerals and such kind of forums, then you don't blame the person for his aggressiveness for taking other people's power. And Kenya Revolutionary, I think I'll give you an opportunity to proceed. And there's this issue I think somebody has said about privatization. It's good.
Let me make a quick sentence.
And I just have a question.
Before I get there,
I want to give a question so that you
I want to correct you quickly before we go to the next issue. I want to say this. While you are arguing that, while you're saying Matiang'i did not take Ruto's position, and that the constitution actually outlines the role of the deputy president at the time, what you're failing to understand is the president, who is Uhuru Kenyatta, did not give a damn about the constitution. That's why I rate him as the worst president in the history of humanity. Okay,
those are perceptions, and they're allowed.
It's not perception. That's why you see Maraga was stopping him every time.
Real perception.
It's not a perception. It's a reality. That's why Maraga was stopping him at every point. That's why he hated Maraga. Speaking of Kisi, Maraga is one of the greatest leaders in Kenya.
One quick question: didn't William Ruto reside in the residence of the deputy president up to handing over? Did he receive his
revolutionary?
Leo, what's your point?
Let me answer him.
My point is the rest is how we perceived it, that he took the powers, but it wasn't the so. Yes.
No. Leo. That's a simple ODM talking point. At the Maraga, I mean, did Ruto get his money? Did Ruto do this? We all saw in public when the drunk Kenyatta smoking weed said that all these positions, he gave most of the powers to Matiang'i. We saw that in the public. So, really? I mean, this is talking point.
Okay. What are some of the roles of the deputy president? What are the roles of the deputy president?
No. He did not touch it. Kenyatta didn't care about the constitution. No, but he did not touch, he did not fire Ruto or anything else. We saw that.
Touch his roles, like assistance to the president.
They even moved his rank. I mean, his place where he was saying in Mombasa, the state, the vice president, the deputy president's office in Mombasa. He locked it up and threw away their clothes. We know that. I mean, mutaendelea hivyo. Don't lie to yourself.
I think let us just get out of that. Is the Executive Order number 1 of 2019 is a directive issued by His Excellency President to define the framework for facilitating oversight, coordination, implementation, administration, supervision of national government programs and projects under that is the Big 4 agenda. And if you look at the Constitution, these are not roles of the deputy president. Unless somebody wants to challenge that, you can give us if those are part of the roles of the deputy president constitutionally, then we can say that this executive order took away the powers of the deputy president and gave the prime cabinet. So this one was just like the same way deputy president currently has got his economic advisory council that is led by David D. It doesn't take away the roles of the cabinet secretary of finance. So I think sometimes we need to be real and avoid this kind of politics that is not helping. Anyway, back to our topic.
The people who died in Ribayala?
For the case of the people who died in Ribayala, I will tell you one thing. If people indeed died in River Yala, and somebody who told that those people died in River Yala is the current president of this country with the instruments of power, then he should bring these people to the book and try them. Nobody stops him from doing that. And the fact that he's not done that should tell you that these were mere campaign stories. Thank you.
Well spoken.
All this happened when Kenyatta was there.
Oh, no. Leo, thank you very much. At least given that PowerPoint, so no one can argue with that. So the story of the...
Really?
Thinking that is supposed to have... Leo, let them go to their... Isn't it Google is there for you? Free?
They can use the Google and they can get everything. The executive order of 2019, they'll find it there and they will be able to read it. Yes.
Let's leave the story of River Yala, because the issue is someone is saying it is him who made these people to die. Let that story die right now. Can we move to the next topic? And another thing,
we can't leave it because people died until Matiang'i is in jail. That's when I'll stop saying that. But Matiang'i needs to be in jail and Uhuru Kenyatta. I will not stop until they get to jail.
Listen, Kenyaribo, let's be whatever diplomatic. Leo, can you please give Nani G also some space,
yes,
even
Mr.
him to
G,
speak?
I'll give you space. Let the rest of us keep quiet.
Right now, he gives his opinion. Then we move to the next topic. This story of Matiang'i is not going to be.
Mr. G, I think we were diverted, and just as we said earlier, that we are living in the regime of diversion, where our attention has really been diverted, and we've taken a lot of time discussing personalities of Matiang'i and Uhuru Kenyatta, and maybe personalities of William Ruto, which is not good. So, Mr. G, I think I can give you time to say a word, then we proceed with our debate. And actually, generally, we were looking at these cases, the manner in which the government is revisiting the cases. Is there a specific order that they should use, or they should just do it randomly? Because what we're seeing right now is that they're picking at them randomly. They're picking on the ones to drop. Immediately they took power. So far, the first cases that were handled were the ones to be dropped. Maybe or maybe not, and maybe somebody have not thought in this direction, but I want to invite this kind of thinking. Could it be that they've brought the Balala case so that they speed it up and drop it? You never know. Number one, you need to know that Balala was among the first CS who were with Uhuru Kenyatta, who congratulated William Ruto on his election as the 5th president of the Republic. Balala was lukewarm during the campaign. We had some cabinet secretaries who openly showed interest in campaigning for Azimio, and they worked for Azimio. We had the Ministry of ICT publicly talking of that. We had the Minister of Interior publicly talking of that, and even warning people against electing William Ruto. We had the Mutahi Kagwe, we had the Kibichos. But with Balala, he was lukewarm. He never took sides. He was so silent, but he showed the signal finally when William Ruto was declared the winner, while the rest were so quiet. People like the late Professor Magoha said how it would be difficult for him to work with William Ruto based on the personality differences. So could it be that they are bringing this case so that after 2 or 3 weeks, you get told that the case has been dropped? I want us to look at that angle also, because so far the cases that have been brought back, they are coming back not to be deliberated on positively to realize the money that was lost, but to be dropped. You saw the Chirchir case, you saw the case of the deputy president, and even the money was taken back to him. And you saw the cases of all those politicians, people like Aisha Jumwa and everybody else. So are we going to see the same trend? Or for this one of Balala, it is going to be different. At least Kenyans are going to get their money. So Mr. G, back to you. Having that Balala comes from your region, though I know he's a Yemeni, but all along his politics in Kenya, he was one time Kigogo wa Pwani, who was later replaced by Hassan Joho. I don't know who've replaced Hassan Joho in Coast. Ama Coast bado nyinyi ni mayatima. Mr. G.
I think Mr. Leo Even before we talk about the issue na Balala with everything, I think we need to handle Rebel and Nyagaya properly. Because if it about just a cheap politics, everyone knows that Matiang'i knew what is supposed to be done. Look at interior. By the time he was in the interior, hiyo ndo wakati ambao in fact kitu kama Al-Shabaab ilipotea kabisa. We never heard of this issue of Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab alikuwa na bomb Kenya kila wakati, Nairobi inabomiwa, sijui wapi inabomiwa. When he came in, hiyo kitu ilistop. But now when Mr. Rebel anakuja anaanza kusema sijui Matiang'i aliiba nini, you guys, you have instrument of power. Why can't you go and arrest him if you have evidence that he stole that shamba mama mnasema? Every time calling Uhuru at mlevi, we call Ruto mwizi kwa sababu ni mwizi. He stole shamba ya nani ya Mteshi na akapelekwa mpaka kotini, akasimamishwa kwa docket. Wacha mambo ya Mteshi, a lot of shamba hata mpaka sahi mama Kenyatta ametoka. He's asking for him atoe evidence ya hii shamba ya nini ya Taita Taveta. Kwa sababu ni mwizi tunamjua. Stop calling Ruto and stop calling Uhuru mkora ama mwizi ama nini, and yet you don't have evidence. Leave Matiang'i alone. Matiang'i yako innocent and he's a person ambaye amefight for this country. Mr. Rebel.
Wacha nikuambia kwamba Raila Kenyatta is the biggest thief. Alichukua pesa yote wakaweka huko the islands, alafu akasema himself, he said in 3 weeks when I leave America I will come and explain it. Akafika nyumbani akaweka Raila in his pocket, and that has never been explained. That's reality. This is not just garbage we are digging from somewhere. Kenyatta is the largest and the biggest thief from his father to him. Ona watu ambao wanaenda
preach.
And all the people that are going to court now, all the people that are going to court now, Mr. G.
I'm not saying that I'm disagreeing with you. Just a minute, Ben. Just in what you've just said, it's really interesting, and the Kenyans of the viewers will really want to know more. Uhuru Kenyatta took money from Kenya, took it overseas. Now, Kenyans, the dollar is really on a free fall. We are not having much dollar. We are having a government that is struggling. We are having a government that knows who took money and where the money was taken. And this government knows very well that this money did not belong to Uhuru Kenyatta who took it. But Kenya is not having, they know very well the money belongs to Kenya. We are having a constitution that allows the president, after you've retired, you are not immune. You can be tried. This money can be recovered. We've seen monies being recovered, like the one I told you, the chicken gate scandal. This money was traced to UK, was recovered and was returned back and was received by President Uhuru Kenyatta. So why is this government so not mute? Why is this government so weak to a point that they know where the country's money is, who took it, how it was taken, the account that this money is saved in? Why haven't William Ruto taken one of the many trips that he's made abroad to go visit these overseas countries and ask them that kindly, Uhuru Kenyatta brought our money here, bring it back? Why would he go and beg Kenyans who are house girls in Saudi Arabia to come and give us dollars when it is easy for him to visit Greece or visit America or Netherlands and request those people to bring the Kenyan dollars
so
back
many
to the
things
country?
Together.
Oh yes,
You are
Stella,
mixing
maybe
too
a
many
minute,
things
then
together.
Ben can respond.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, Neil.
When the Lord, I mean, una fix why the dollar is cheap, and even Kenyatta took the money out, and we know where it is. I mean, and now you are finishing with the women going to Saudi Arabia. No, if the president was going to explain where the money was, it was that time. Who was the one that really brought us the Euro bond? Who said how the Euro bond was never got to Kenya? Was Raila Odinga. When Kenyatta said that the president of Chile was impeached because of where they kept the money with Kenyatta. And all the oligarchies in Russia are the people who keep the money there. This is the money stolen from Kenya. And like I explained to you, the only person who could have challenged him with that money was Raila Odinga. And what did Kenyatta do? He came to Kenya and he put him in his pocket, and you never even had the idea of the money. Raila never even went to that money because he had part of that money in his pocket. And why does it Ruto follow that money right now? Ruto's job is to balance the economy. Vile Dungu explained to you last time, they found out that they were spending so much billions to pop up the shilling against the dollar. This is a simple explanation. Mukiangalia, mukiacha ODM dakika moja muangalia hii ingine vile wanasema, when they took out that money for popping up the shilling, that when the dollar went up. And on and on and on the story goes. Lakini, the biggest thief in Kenya, Leo, is ex-President Kenyatta, from his dad to the land that they have in Taita. How do they go live? I mean, how did the Kenyatta leave Katundu to have 1,000-something land in Taita Tafet? Leave the fire everywhere. If we have to speak the truth, Jakes, let us speak the truth as it is. Let us not argue from the argument, the party's language. The party language now tells you this and that, but we know the truth is the truth. Kenyatta and his family have money that they took from Kenya and put it in the islands, and it's a dirty money. Back in the day when we were young, they used to sell that money to Switzerland, but now Switzerland has changed the law so much. They have had the money in the islands and everywhere, places like that. You don't need to Kwambia a minute ago. The president of Chile was fired because of that. Ya Kenya, alikwambia, even you know. He said he will explain this money as soon as he gets to Kenya. Has he ever explained? No. So these people who are the thieves, they should be called out to be thieves. And now, when the best friend, the Chief Barara, best friend Ruto, he's the one who made him a minister in 2007. But Chief Barara made Ruto a minister. If these people can face the reality and the music of corruption, let them do it. And that's the only way, Leo, that's the only way bottom-up can work. If you have the corruption that is so high, this bottom-up economics will not work.
Mr. Penn, maybe I would have responded to you, but the good thing is that internet never forgets. I just wanted to give you a 2-minute response on what you've said. You've even taken us back to Eurobond, and we know the people who really defended Eurobond. If you take us back to the railway, we know the people who defended the railway despite the fact that the cost was hyped. And you've let me just play for you this. Then after that, maybe I'll see if you still hold your opinion.
Okay. To the Cabinet Secretary.
Discourse on the impeachment of Cabinet Secretary Anne Waiguru over the transfer of Kiplume Rugut as the director of the National Youth Service reached fever pitch in the course of the week.
Top two! Karibu!
Deputy President William Ruto was in Kericho today, where he broke his silence over the matter. Ruto, accompanied by leaders drawn from the Jubilee coalition, said the friction generated by the transfer of Rugut from NYS was unnecessary, as was the bashing of the Cabinet Secretary for devolution.
Na makelele hii watu wawache makelele. Kazi ya kuajiri wafanyikazi wa serikali, kutransfer, kufanya nani atafanya kazi wapi, ni kazi ya public service na rais na mimi. Kama iko maneno hiyo mtuulize sisi, wacha kwenda kugombanisha watu wengine wadogo huko chini. Sisi ndio tunajua hiyo maneno.
Members of Parliament drawn from the Jubilee coalition led by Nandi MP Alfred Keter had called on the Jubilee luminaries to put the House in order by supporting the impeachment of Waiguru.
Mimi kama mbunge, kazi yetu ni kuangalia maslahi ya wananchi. Na wakati tunaona kuna shida, lazima tuseme. We are at the moment trying to work on cohesion so that we accommodate all Kenyans.
However, Ruto would hear none of this, saying that the government will not be influenced by empty rhetoric.
Nimeona kuna watu wengine wanaleta ukora katika Jubilee ati kwa sababu sijui rafiki yangu Ruguti alipigwa transfer. alafu wanaanza kusema hii ni kuonyesha kwamba Jubilee government imeanguka, Jubilee government haifanyi kazi, sijui nani amefanya nini.
And we are telling him, we will expose you. Sisi bunge tuko imara.
Watu wengine ni wako na sura ya viongozi lakini ni mabroka. Walitusumbua wakati ya railway, wakatupigia makelele siku ya reli, wakati wamenunuliwa na mabroka wengine. Na mtu asiseme anaongea kwa niaba yangu. Mimi hakuna mtu nimetuma aende ongee kwa niaba yangu. Mimi ninaweza kujizungumzia mwenyewe. Kwani nimejizungumzia wakati hii yote, sasa ndio nimeanza kushindwa kuzungumza mambo yangu.
Now, Ruto was in the backyard of Kericho Governor Paul Chepkwony, against whom an impeachment motion has been passed by the county assembly. The deputy president called for sobriety in handling devolution matters and urged the political class, especially CORD, to avoid making everything a hot-button issue and focus on development.
Wengine wanaongea mambo ya siasa, wanataka kufanya rally, wanataka kufanya sijui nini. Waendelee na rally. Sisi tutaendelea na kufanya kazi ya wananchi.
Several members of parliament from the Jubilee coalition have lately backtracked from the move to impeach Waiguru. Meanwhile, Chepkwony's fate is now with the 11-member committee that begins sittings next Tuesday. Willis Ruburu.
The Eurobond is I think matured in this December, and from next year, January, we are going to be paying Eurobond Mr. Penn. I think that's a discussion we cannot have now. Karibu sana, our moderator is back, and you can proceed with the moderation. Kenya Rebel, I like the silence, so just keep silent.
And I told you I had a gift for you, Leo. I had a gift for you today. You and Alex, but you're not here, so it's...
Yes,
Mr. Rebel is so ako na pressure mingi sana leo, sija amevuta nini? Umevuta kitu? You know, this government, there's no way that this government can defend anything ambayo inakuja kusaidia mwananchi wa chini. Look at what happened juzi. The guy is talking about stabilizing economy ya Kenya, and yet anatuambia kuwa unga imeshuka, na kila mtu Kenya anajua kwa wakati mwezi wa Disemba ndio wakati promotions zinakuja, na promotion kwa zinakuja kwa unga na kila kitu zinapunguzwa bei. So he stood up akaanza kutuambia sija unga imeshuka chini, amepunguza unga, sija amepunguza nini, economy iko stable. There's no way somebody can prove that this economy is stable ikiwa kuna watu wanalala njaa. People wamekosa kazi, wanafutwa kazi kila siku, and the same regime inatuambia kwa economy iko sawa. Kazi haziko, kampuni haziko, wanatuambia kwa sababu ya unga imeshuka, and yet unga tunajua ni promotion, at economy iko stable. Mr. Nyaka is Penny, yeah. Mr. Penny and Mr. Nini Kenya Rebel. I think
no, don't call it in Kisi. He is Pen Nyagaka. Pen, just pen the way unasema kalamu. Yeah.
Yeah, ni kalamu kweli. Sasa, you know, this government is a government that you cannot defend. Kama wewe ni mtu ambaye uko na akili ukweli, you cannot defend this government. Angalia, kwanza mama talked about nini Kilifi. Tukianza, Kilifi has nothing, hata roads peke yake hakuna. And those are the guys ambao wamekimbia wote wamekusanyika kwa this government of UDA. Look at the people ambao wanatubia pesa za nini za Eurobond na nini, wote wamekusanyika kwa this government of UDA. Wezi wote wamshikana pamoja. Can we expect mwizi atusaidie ama wataendelea kuloot? There's no help from this government. Hao ni wakora wote, na anybody that supports this government, this regime pia ni mwizi. But kina rebel hapo anatudanganya kuwa they have revolutions, they are coming the revolution, kutupatia revolution ndio tubadilishe this country. Huyu Kenya rebel kama anavuta kitu kwanza, sasa atatusaidia vipi?
Utajitetea mchezo hiyo.
Yes, Stella, you can proceed.
Mr. G, it is a rebel na mimi Nyagaka's ideas. Sio ya kwamba ni wazimu nini. You guys, I mean, vile ninasema, Kenya is a democracy. As of right now, what we are explaining is policies, the government of the day. And if next time you win, explain your policies. Hii wakienda huku KCC ati watuambie vile tutashukisha vitu ya maisha nini nini. At democracy, you have to put those policies together so that you can explain the
Mr.
people
Penn, just
exactly.
allow me to interrupt you. It is not good or it is not wise to do so, but I just want you to talk of this. I know you're explaining the policies of the government. One of the policy of the government told us that they're going to give some subsidized fertilizer that is going to make us food security. And having lived long in this country, longer than me, you know that if we talk of food and agriculture, which is the backbone of the country, we have to talk of places like Wasingishu and most parts of the Rift Valley. That is the part that feeds this country. And in that sense, it tells you at this particular month, which is presumably an harvesting month, everybody should be having enough in their house as far as the grains or the cereals are concerned. So in the olden days, maybe previous years, if you go visit somebody in Eldoret, somebody in Kericho, somebody in Kisii, somebody in Kitale at this particular time, they have several sacks of maize, which will give you a maize flour. They have beans there. Those people who are in Ahero and the ones in Mwea, they have their rice. So in this particular day, if I called my neighbors that I want to give them rice and maize flour, they won't come. But I've shown you a video there. It is early in the morning, as early as 10 a.m. Kenyans have lined up in a food basket region like Wasingishu to go and receive a packet of maize flour and a packet of rice and a loaf of bread. What does it say of a country? What is the situation of our agriculture and food security? If people who we believe right now in your house, you should be having like 10 sacks of maize grains, you can go at 10 a.m. in the morning na hiyo baridi upate paketi moja ya unga. If it happened in Turkana, I would have no problem. If it happened somewhere in northeastern or in the lower eastern, the driest part of the country, I would have no problem. But this is happening in the heart of the country's basket region where we expect food to be coming from. It's like telling me unaenda kupatia mtu anakaa pale Limuru ama Kinungi sukuma wiki leaves 3 na akona cabbage kwa shamba inaharibika anapatia ng'ombe. I don't think somebody can come for that. So Pen, what do you say of this? What is the state of our agriculture? Ama hii mambo ni ya
No,
TV tunasema kuna chakula na hakuna chakula kule nyumbani. Just speak on that.
I am very glad you addressed that to me, because I grew up in a time that we had a food surplus, corn surplus, and there was storage in every district. There was a storage place there. And this happened when Moi came along. The 24 years of Moi destroyed all these food reserves. Now, it is very sad, Leo. I agree with you. It is very sad. But vile wanasema, the present government, as of next year, they will have the reserves of rice, corn, everything. But it was the Moi regime that destroyed it. Long time ago, there was a very famous guy from Ukambani, Bongay. Bongay was the Minister of Agriculture, and the Wakamba was suffering and was starving to death. And he opened all those storage places, and they went to and he had the corn over there. So they took him to Parliament. That the Parliament did not approve of that, and they wanted to fire him. But the Kenyatta changed the rules within one day, and Gay stayed as a minister. So your question is well meant and is well said. But once we establish the story, I mean, we store more corn and rice from Kisumu, there will be enough food for us to for Kenyans to survive on. Like India, we could destroy everything, and then you depend on the world places like Mexico to feed you. It's evil, just to say the least.
So from your sentiment, if you were saying now we wait for next year, because the policy of the government, the last update that the president had, he told us that because of the fertilizers that we received in the planting season, Kenya had a bumper harvest and we've improved the food security. Actually, he said the harvesting, mazao
Yes.
was 30% higher compared to what was received the last season. But if you're telling me 30%,
Yes, but from
people,
as of storage
yes,
of that corn, it will start next year. But this year they have had a bumper crop of corn, rice, and all that. That's true, as you say. But I was saying, as far as the storage, vile ilikuwa inafanyika in the 70s, and it had an overflow of storage where when corn is being picked from the land, the ones in storage would sell even cheaper. And that's exactly what I was telling you, that the president has promised that from next year they will have storage of all those foodstuffs that the Kenyan people depend on. We cannot depend on the world.
how do we store something that is not there? I know the panelists are going to help me talk of this because you're talking of storage.
That's
We
why I
only
said
store
from
the
next year.
Yes, and
Yeah,
maybe
from
Stella,
next year it will be said.
Okay, thank you. We can move on to Stella. And Stella, I think you can also see the Nairobi governor is also there distributing food in Uasin Gishu. And the recent report was telling you how Nairobi spent zero amount in development. So he's in Uasin Gishu. He's the governor of Nairobi. The less I speak, the better. So Stella.
Is Nani there, Mr. G? Think he can support you a bit. So
he just spoke before you. Yeah, he spoke for you.
Whatever I'm seeing in this clip, I can be honest, this is a political motive to get more votes, and I think this guy lost. I mean, the guys at the Rift Valley lost faith with Ruto. So if I think someone alienda kwa ground akamwambia, look here, the guys in Rift Valley, they are not happy with you because whatever the manifestos which you see that you're going to support farmers, if you're going to support, but your narrative changed. So what is another way of doing? Because us tunakuanga na kasa ya kwenda kuombaomba and to be idle. So these ones, it's like kuna mtu alienda kuwapatia maybe 200 shillings wakuja wa create such a crowd to show that this guy, anyway, I just don't want to dwell with it because I'll just get whatever. Anyway, the way Nyagaka is talking, saying that, oh, this guy said that, there's going to be bumper harvest or what and what. Let me tell you, bumper harvest starts by the time when there's a drought. So you cannot tell us that here, that this guy said next year, there will be a bumper harvest. Remember, the time when the farmers, I can give you an example, from coffee farmers to tea farmers, to also sugar farmers. These people have never gotten any support. So there's one place, one thing I would like to say, that if someone like Gachagua would go and have cartels running coffee and also tea and also sugar, it tells you there's someone behind there is not doing his work. And that person who is the agriculture CS is called who? Anyway, you guys, you have to assist me. I'm not good with names.
He's called Mintika Linturi, the former Senator Meru, the one who forgets his room when he goes to a guest room.
Thank you very much. Remember, if that, the black lady, what's the nice lady? She's called who? There's always kuna ule mama mwenye anakuwa mweusi. Anaitangwa nani?
From where? In which department?
No, I'm saying there's a panelist who's normally here, and she's also a farmer in some place in Rift Valley. She will tell you that
Sarah.
Huh? Sarah.
Is that Sarah? Yes.
If Sarah would be here, she could have told you what is really happening in Rift Valley. Ile mvua yenye ilinyesha hapa El Nino, it destroyed all the nini. It destroyed all the crops. Because remember, we used to have a pattern when the crops which are being grown, alafu they are being stored. Right now, farmers have lost faith with this government. Why? Number one, we import everything from rice to sugar to wheat whatever anything which is a grain thing. Now here is the issue here. Someone like Ruto, if he had to support a farmer, he could have left it the way it was before Kenya, what Kibaki used to do. We used to have this thing called the Farmer Association, whatever. There used to be one which was KPCU and another one called KFA, Kenya Farmers Association, and another one called ADC. What they used to do, they used to go to the ground and they used to go and see each and every farmer. So what they do, they map each and every farmer. So each farmer was getting support there. They were getting even loans and they were getting the machinery. Then what used to happen, ADC used to buy the produce and pay the farmer. But these days you see the farmer plants, amekausha mahindi katikati ya barabara, amepeleka amepeleka National Cereal Board, anaambiwa hapana, inaitwaje, silo imejaa, we rudi nazo. What happens to that farmer? Anapeleka wapi mahindi? Anapeleka kwa store yake. But then unashindwa kuona that kuna mtu ameleta an entire ship. It has loaded almost like 2 million bags or metric tons of maize, the maize which is being scrambled by millers. These same millers wanakuja wanaanza ku-auction hiyo mahindi, then wakianza kusiega wana repackage alafu wanazieka kwa shelf. Where as me mwananchi, I cannot buy that whatever, which used to be 70 shillings to 100 shillings. Now, even you cannot even buy inaitwaje, unga ugali, kwa sababu kuko na cartels wameingia kwa hiyo market. So tusijaribu kudanganywa hapa ati open anaanza kusema aache kusoma gazeti, afungie nayo nyama. He can talk to me or talk to someone like G. He'll tell you the ground is not the way he's seeing it on the other end of the world. As it's what we are experiencing the heat. If you see, like right now, coffee farmers are not even affording to pay a meal or even school fees for their children. They are going to take loans in chamas. They are getting loans to Shylocks. Why? Because their coffee the way it used to be before. Kasuku moja enye ulikuwa unalipo 52 shillings. Out of those kasuku, ngunia ngapi utalipo? You're giving like 6,000 shillings or 8,000 shillings, which at least it can able even to carry your household and even you can educate your children. Right now, Gachagua came in and brought even cartels where they are buying even for 12 shillings a kasuku. So has that farmer been motivated ama amekasirika? Even mwingine hata wameanza kukasirika. They've started cutting off coffee. Others, they've even started cutting off tea. Wanauza maplot ndio wajaribu eat. Ama wanauza maplot ndio watu watengeneze apartment. Then you are seeing the farmers are being displaced. Wanaenda kukaa Mau forest because they have no land to till. Because whatever you till, end of the day, na uende uuze kwa gafi, they buy it badly. But utaona mtu broker ameleta a whole ship of sugar, a whole ship ya wheat, a whole ship ya inaitangwaje, ya rice. Then it's being repackaged by akina Sai. Alafu inawekwa hapo kwa supermarket. What happens to someone in Mwea? He cannot even sell rice. Because
I've gone to supermarket. For example, you go to supermarket like Naivas, you see sugar packed and written Naivas sugar. But I've never seen Naivas milling sugar. I've never seen them having some sugar plantation. For the milk, I can agree because they can buy milk and they do the processing. But sugar, is this or not what is killing agriculture?
Yes, that is what is killing people in Mumias. If the president had that manifesto of improving the farmers' livelihood or even his whatever, he could have revived Mumia Sugar, Sony. He could have even given even Akina Muhoroni some grants so that even farmer can benefit from that.
Jax, I think we are back to you.
Okay, mute Stella. Why? Stella, were you through kweli?
I'm a mute mwenyewe, so we are back to you as we see those wonderful videos.
Jax,
yes,
Jax, there's a clip I have shared to you on the issue ambao Madam Madam, our mama has amekuwa akiongea sahi. Just share the clip watu waone nini inaendelea on the ground.
Where have you shared with me? WhatsApp, Ama?
Yeah, look at the WhatsApp.
Oh, haijafika bado, nitaona tu saa ikifika. But before that, I want to shift gears kidogo, and I'm lucky that Stella is in the house. Now, lady and gentlemen, allow me to ask you a very interesting question that today equally made news headlines. That one Uhuru's mother, Mamangina, is suing the government. Mangine is suing the government because one Mr. Jini Meyona hajapewa title D ya her land. I think it's 1,000 or more acres in Taita Taveta. Now it's interesting that this is happening, given that just barely 1 year ago or 14 months ago, her son was the president. Just even before her son, her own husband was the president, and we saw her son give so many title deeds. Fortunately, maybe yake haikutokea, but now more drama is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. As I told you, today's show is more of the dramas coming up, even as we wrap up the year 2023 and enter into the year 2024. Now, this is what is happening. The former first lady, Uhuru's mother, is suing the government so as to get her title deed. Now, listen to this, even as I come back to have sentiments from my panelists.
Has sued the government over ownership of a 1,000-hectare piece of land in Taita Taveta. Mamangina, together with former Taveta legislator Basil Criticals, want the courts to compel the Chief Lands Registrar and the Attorney General to issue them with the original certificate of title for the piece of land. The duo, who claim joint ownership of the land, are challenging the decision of the government officials to refuse to issue them with a critical document, as Hassan Mugambi now reports.
In the civil suit, former First Lady Mamangina Kenyatta and former Member of Parliament Basil Criticals are seeking the court to grant them leave to apply for a judicial review or compel the relevant government agencies, including the Lands Docket and the Office of the Attorney General, to issue them with a title deed for a 1,062.3 hectares piece of land in Taita Taveta. Mamangina and the former Taveta MP Basil Criticals claim to be the joint owners of the piece of land in Taveta. They are challenging the registrar's refusal and delay in granting them the certificate over the said piece of land. In an affidavit, Criticals says before the subdivision of the land, they were the registered owners as joint proprietors. However, later, parties divided the land and transferred the subdivision, which were registered and given their respective certificates of title. By October 2022, what remained was the piece of land in question. Criticals says he then applied for registration of what was remaining, the 1,062.3 hectares. He says he submitted to the Lands Office the title and the original deed for purposes of registration. The two claim to enjoy land rights of absolute ownership over the land. They, however, claim the registrar has refused to grant them the title. Justice John Chigiti, being satisfied that there is a case fit for further consideration, certified the matter as urgent. He allowed Mamangina and Criticals to challenge the issues raised to serve their motion within 14 days. In this period, the Chief Lands Registrar and the AG will have to respond. The matter will be mentioned on the 5th of March 2024.
Now, I want to begin with our expert on this matter, that is Stella. Now, Stella, even before I go to the juice of all this, and one, I must admit, I might not have the wherewithal to explain what is happening. But come to think of it, the president, who was his son, just left office the other day. Her husband equally was in office. How comes the issue of title deed is happening now? She has even gone to court for the same. What is she seeking from the courts, Madam Stella?
Of course, she needs her title deed. That's it. So my question is, why is the ownership not being transferred to her? Then you have to ask yourself, as Leo, when I tried to explain to you the last time when we had our talk, if you know that you will have land and that land is not being challenged, that is adverse possession. So the government should, if she claims that it's her land, then the registrar should even have the right of telling her, so you do a petition to the CS lands to say, why is it your land? But now the problem is, this is something which has stayed over 20 years. Does it mean there's someone who is delaying justice? So it is someone who's trying to frustrate the process. Either the registrar is being compromised by the AG and everybody knows who is the AG. But it's not rocket science. Let her be given her title.
Stella,
You're
to be fair
muted.
to the AG, this is when the case has been filed. Number two, the AG who is currently in office is only 1 year old. The one who was there served several years. And as if that's not enough, let's even go back. Her first husband was the the first guy to be the president of our country. Her son as well, right? These two guys equally had what we call attorney generals, Akina Charles Jonjo and the likes. So if you want to blame an AG, you really want to blame the current one.
Mr. Jack,
Yes, I love
maybe
the current one. Because
as a student
why?
of Stella's school,
Just
Stella, as
one
your
moment.
student, let me
Just
test
one,
if I did understand your lesson previously, just in helping you. From the story that have been said there, I think this land is having a mother title, or the one they say is written on a green card, and
No.
they've told you the land was subdivided, and other
Yes.
partners were given their share, and their shares were issued with the new title. But it is only this one that
as a
hasn't
student,
been given a
very
title.
good, very good.
So that one
Yeah.
tells you
Just
it
one
has
moment.
been a process. It has been a
Very
process.
good,
It cannot happen in the same day. And
very good,
the
very
husband
good.
being president,
Up
we
to
can
that
remove the
point,
husband. Yes.
up to that point, I might agree with you. For argument's sake, was this land divided this year? Number two, um, eh, mother title, father title. The question is this: when the land was acquired, all these offices were there. How comes it's now that we want to make a story out of it? Why not last year? Why the former president, has issued endless numbers of title deeds. It's one of the things that he termed as his legacy, the number of title deeds he issued. This land, I don't think, was subdivided or whatever this year. This is something that, as Stella is bringing out, probably has taken days, or rather has seen several decades for that matter. But why sue the government now? Why didn't she go to court during her son tenure? That's my question, not about what you learned. Why now? That's the question.
Okay. Number one. Remember, a long time ago, there was only one lands ministry, which was in Nairobi. So since the constitution came, every county was devolved. So that means all titles which were in Nairobi taken to respective counties. That's why you have the land registries.
Correct.
So what happened for this one for Magina, this story is about a bureaucracy. There's someone somewhere who is called a land registrar and a chief land registrar. One of them alificha file. Because to me, I know that is a file. Because if you know that land has been there, and you see criticals and showing there how the map has been divided. I mean the plan of that land. So the people who were transferred that land, and it was that only issue, who are they? That is what the court has to tell us. Not even the court has to tell us. This is the person who is supposed to tell us is the chief land registrar, telling us that Jakes owns this, Leo owns this, and it was transferred from Stella. But you see, there's someone who's hiding the file. So if you see someone like Mamangina is going to court, as in of immediate effect, so that means this land was already divided, but someone somewhere delayed to maybe to put a stamp or maybe to move that file to go to the chief land registrar, or then whatever, because there is someone who's being threatened. Because if you see someone like Kenyatta, the last time, was it 2020, when did he come in? 2013, 14, 15, I think it was 2017. Also remember, Kenyatta also, the Kenyatta families, they even own land someplace in Lamu, just before Mpeketoni. So why is it an issue? Because he has been issuing titles on those sides of the coast, but this one for the mother is bringing an issue. So that means there's bureaucracy, or maybe it's the chief land registrar ameficha hiyo file, ama hiyo file imeenda kwa strong room. It means they are trying
Point
to
of
take
information, Stella. Point of
Yeah.
information. There is a part that Jax has not told us. Maybe there's a part. What is happening? This thing, the
What have I
process.
not told you?
That is what I want to bring it. That's why I'm saying point of information. The transfer process has been taking place, and the transfer was done last year, October. That is 2022, October. The transfer was done, and the new titles were received. So this one is the one that remained. So I think they've been patient from October 2022, when the people who shared the same motherland got their parcel or the part of their land registered and transferred under their names. So the only part that was remaining was this one. So it is from October to now, it is now past 1 year. So that one, I think, also answers all those questions. Why not during Uhuru or whatever? The president doesn't give title. The president is just showing some political figure there. Once the Minister of Land have finalized everything, then the president is now going there, like kuonyesha tu picha tuona ametusaidia, but the president doesn't give that. So it was last year that the transfer was actualized, not now. It is not that it has been there. It was last year, so it is only 1 year, and they've seen it is delaying.
It's just a signature from the chief's land registry. Because let me tell you, there is one thing which I really tell someone. If you see your process of land and you've already done all those processes which we had spoken some time ago, Leo, you remember what we had discussed with Mr. He was called Mr. Who? The mediator. So
we had Enoch and Reverend Njuguna.
All that process, the Kenyatta family have gone through that. So it is only someone who has refused to give out that file for that title to be issued. It's just a signature. Because let me tell you, if you have someone who's an intellect like Margaret Kenyatta, I mean Mama Ngina Kenyatta, he has big lawyers. They can do that work. What is happening?
Whoa. Slow down. No way. We cannot let this to go on. I have to come in.
Actually, it's because I cannot participate, because it's a matter I can really debate till the sunset. But
no, I'm not finished. If you see the process of
Leo's fact, but anyway, go ahead. I'll see what I'll do.
Anyway,
I'm saying,
I just want to.
If she had completed the process of transferring, it is only one person who is meant to give the go-ahead for the title to be released. That's the chief land registrar. So if you see Mama Ngina has gone up to court, remember there is someone who had gone to that legislature na ameenda si mara ya kwanza, mara ya pili, mara ya tatu, or mara this guy is not around, whatever. But if I go and do that search and I decide that I want to get that result, I'll be given that result, and I'll be given the history of the land file, that how it is moving. So the thing is, it is someone somewhere who has refused. And the issue is that mother title has to show it came from where and divided to who and who and who. And that is what the media is not telling us. But if you go to the ground, Leo, if I tell you that today you go up to Taita Taveta, you go to the Mombasa Land Registry, and you want to do a search, then you decide, you tell them, I want to see the history of this land. They will show you how it is moving. But where the backstop is where the chief's land register has refused to release it because of what? Just a small signature or someone somewhere was threatened. This is all we call it bureaucracy. Because let me tell you, if it was for Nairobi, it is another story.
Okay,
But
let me say something
this
when I leave.
interior of the rural, this thing should not be, it's a straightforward thing. It's not like the one for Nairobi where it has a history from 1963. You're seeing
Okay,
owners. Yes.
Jake, this is a rhetorical question, and I'll let you answer it on your own. Jake, do you honestly believe, if you live in Kenya, if the Kenyatta family, you know who they are, how powerful and influential and rich, it's the richest family in Kenya, let's not fool ourselves. If they want a piece of land that they're disputing, are you going to buy what Stella and Leo is trying to tell us? It's a matter of, I don't know, somebody doesn't want to put a signature here, knowing who they are. If they want that land, who will stop?
Don't politicize. I'm speaking. No,
I'm not politicizing anything. I'm not politicizing anything.
That's what I'm saying.
No, Stella is giving a legal procedure, and if they really obey the law, then they follow the legal procedure. So the fact that they've not forced the land to be given to them, it tells you they're following the procedure.
Can I
finish? You don't have to see negative in everything. However much somebody is negative, there's a positive part.
All right. I'm about to give up.
Don't.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
To the seller. Yeah.
We live in Kenya, okay? Mwenye nguvu always gets his way, okay? Let's not even try to play this they're following the legal procedure. That's nonsense. You know that doesn't work, okay? Okay? This Kenyatta family criminal syndicate, okay? What is probably happening is this: they want to take up this freaking land, which does not. This Taita land has been disputed from the day of Jomo. The Taita Tavetas were complaining about this piece of land, okay? So let's not play around with this, okay? And that's why I say the problem with Kenya is this: it's people like Leo and Stella who are supporting these criminals and trying to justify what they're doing. You can't tell me that Kenyatta is following the Nino. This land, they want to take it, grab it.
I think, Kenya Rebel, you don't know the land that is in question and the situation. The issue is not that the land is not, nobody is claiming the land. In that issue, nobody is claiming the land. And what you need to know that when
they want the title, why did they need the title?
As a
what does title give
what
you
was
to
your grandfather doing? So you don't need to blame the failure of your grandfather who was marrying many women and inheriting women in the village.
I don't know what you're talking
somebody's
about.
grandfather was buying land.
What does title give? What is a title?
No.
What is a title? What does title do if you want it? Why do people look for titles?
Let me read for you the issue in question. I think you have some legal ideas. This is what is happening. Okay.
A title. I'll save you the problem. I'll save you the trouble.
1 minute, if you don't mind. The former First Lady has sued the Chief Land Registrar and the Attorney General for allegedly failing to issue her with a certificate of title for land. There's a title that has been written there, but they need a certificate, a copy in Taveta. So Mama Ngina and the former Taveta MP claim that the joint ownership of that land in Taveta, that the Cheliling registrar's refusal and delaying in granting them the certificate over the said land. So the issue here is that the certificate has been delayed. The land has already been subdivided. The title has been given. It is there, LR whatever. But what is remaining, giving them the certificate.
Okay, what does that certificate show? What's the
land?
Why do people?
So the issue of Taita Taveta
okay, I'm done. I can't. You don't want to listen. Argue with yourself.
You've gone. No, he will come back. I know he will come back.
Okay. Now the pain of being a moderator. Where so okay. Where were we? Where were we? Now let me come back to the show and ask you guys this last bit. When you look at the issue or the matter at hand, this is a piece of land that was subdivided, and according to what they're saying is that the registrar amekanyangia some papers or has refused to issue out. Sorry, has refused to issue out the document. That's why they're in court. My question is this: this matter ought to have happened earlier. Why now? But given that it has happened now, Stella, you are quick to blame the Attorney General. Why?
Of course.
Why?
You cannot sue the government. You have to go through the
I
Attorney
know,
General.
but why?
Because he's the one who is the boss of the Attorney General. I mean, of the land. How would I put it? He's like the advocate of the government. These people like the ministry. So you cannot sue the ministry. You have to go through the Attorney General. Then you sue the person who's under the Attorney General, because that is by law. So someone at the Attorney General has to respond to Critical's and Mamangina's application. So it has to come through the Attorney General. You cannot sue Ministry of Lands. The person who you can sue, it is the Chief Registrar and Registrar of Titles.
Okay. I needed our viewers to understand that so that it makes sense. Why is the AG being mentioned in this one? Because someone may argue, how comes the other AGs were never were never charged or were never brought to this case?
Maybe
now,
this matter was just filed this year, but if it was a continuous matter, it could have shown. But it shows maybe they filed this matter maybe this year, and that's why they want to have their titles out. And that's why I'm telling you, in the time of devolution, you see, because long time ago, if you had to get maybe search, you have to come all the way to Ministry of Lands in Nairobi. That's where all the titles of the countries were there. But since there's devolution, all titles, I mean, all the files for the, let's say, Kajiado, Nyeri, they are taken to their respective counties.
No, but the one sued right on this one is that from Nairobi. The registrar of Nairobi ndio amekuwa sued.
Apana.
Yeah, ndio.
Wa Mombasa. Because in Taveta, it falls under Mombasa.
Yeah, but the one who has been sued.
The one who is supposed to be sued, it's the Chief Lands Registrar. Then there's someone who's called a Registrar of Titles.
Yeah, Stella, you are right. Just from your word, they've sued the Chief Lands Registrar.
Yes.
Of Nairobi.
No.
Yes. No, it has to be in Mombasa.
That way. What I've projected there, I've gotten it from the court. That is what those are the respondent and the guys in court.
But this one, they could have sued the CS.
Just for a moment.
No, they could have sued the CS. The Chief Land. Okay, you see, Jakes.
The person sued here is the Attorney General and the Chief Registrar Nairobi.
Okay, Chief. Maybe the title is still in Nairobi. You get?
Okay.
Because it's where now they are relying on the mother title. The rest of the people who were divided the land, their title now it's reflecting in Mombasa or in, because you see there's you cannot do a search in Taita Taveta, you have to go up to Mombasa. So even the guys in Malindi, if you want to do your lands transaction, you have to go to the Mombasa registry. So the one who is the Chief Land Registrar, he's the one who has to oversight if these titles are, the transfer process, if it is genuine. But you see, they've also missed someone called a Registrar of Titles. So that one can be asked by the court, why has it taken so long for this title not to be issued? So it goes to the boss. It's like how you see how guys are being summoned at the PSC. You see there's a CS and there's a PS. Are you getting me? Yes. So now the one for maybe this title was not, it didn't maybe complete the process of now to be given to the Mombasa Lands Registry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see Bwana Brother Benson ako ndani. Karibu sana kwa show. Good to see you. Umepotea, but I am seeing the good work you're doing pale kwa BBM Media. But how are you, my brother?
I don't know whether you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Fantastically well.
Okay, so maybe something to can you just check what type of the title is it? Because there are those titles that fall under scheme. Those ones should be Nairobi. But when you come to absolute title, those ones should be on their respective district. So if they sue the one in Nairobi, so which means those are the ones that LR numbers, the LR, they have like, they're not absolute titles. They're the LR.
It's having LR number, Brother Benson.
Sorry.
So
IR, what the lady said.
IR.
This one is having LR.
It is in Nairobi.
Yes.
So that's why they're suing somebody in Nairobi. But if it is LR, it should be on the respective districts. So I agree with the lady. So the chief registrar in Nairobi should be sued, not the ones in
Mombasa.
Where? Yes. So if that is correct. So it depends on the type of the title. If it is IR, it should be Nairobi because those ones are not devolved. Those are the fault, and maybe they fall under scheme or still under the government. The government still have control over them. So
okay, let me
just check.
I have let me project it for you. Here we go. It's LR. And here we go. Just one moment. Okay. Sorry.
No, this one, Jakes.
Yeah. Here's the number. It's LR number 10-287/7 2000. I think /7 Taita Taveta.
Yes.
Just a moment.
So
Just one moment. I have it fully for you. There we go.
Okay, Jakes.
Bwana Bresson umemute.
Yeah, so let me tell you something. You are getting me? Are you getting me?
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
So this kind of title, when you want to do the search for this one you will not get it at Taita Taveta. You will get it in Nairobi.
Yeah.
The LR number, this one you don't get it on the respective district. You will have to go to Nairobi. So the people who have custody over the land registrar, the chief land registrar in Nairobi, that has it.
And that's why she's being sued, eh?
Yes, because it's in Nairobi. It's not in Taita Taveta. So if it was an absolute kind of title, absolute, or it was the leasehold, the ones that are falling within the municipality, those ones are in their respective areas. So that's
for the
why.
sake of our viewers, so that tusikae ni kizungu kubwa, what is the difference between all what you are saying?
Okay, we have, in Kenya, I think we have different type of titles. We have the absolute title. The absolute title are ancestral. These are the plots that you're given by your forefathers. The government does not have control over it. If they want to take it away from you, or they have to pay you for them to have it. You have control over it. Then we have leasehold. Leasehold are titles that belong to the government, but they lease it to you for a period of some time, whereby you will be paying ground rent, and everything. Then there's also, they're around 4.
Certificate of lease.
Then certificate of lease. So for Kenya has 4 different types of titles. So you can check on those. If I can refresh my mind, I can.
The other 2, the last one. Yes,
there are 3. There are 3.
There are 3.
Yeah, there are 3.
There's also the ones that is for apartments. Okay, I'm remembering.
That one is called a sectional title.
A sectional title, thank you.
Yes.
This is where you can have apartment that has like around 4 houses, but each and every compartment is given title, but you share parking lot. So that is also
you're given
a title.
A share certificate
Yes.
to indicate that is your whatever. But
Yes.
the time when you'll be given a share certificate and a lease title. So
Yes.
you won't be given a title deed.
Yeah.
So the management company, let's assume like Knight Frank. Now,
Yes.
the time when you're paying rates, it comes through your service charge. So remember, the share certificate, it shows you that you own a certain share. So let's say like I'm buying apartments under Benson, and maybe Benson Holdings has built maybe like apartments 10 floors. So Jake has a certificate, you're given one share. Leo has a certificate, is given one share. Now remember, by that time, that company has been put as a holding. So if you check on your CL12, you'll see that Jake is there as a shareholder. You're not the owner, you're the shareholder. So the time when, yes, but remember, when you're getting the sectional title, it will have your name and the management company, or we have Benson to be there, the owner. Now, Benson has not given you fully occupation of that land. He can also decide that where there's a playground for the children, he can decide to put other apartments. So there's no control. I mean, you don't have the control. It's not
the
like
control,
the way. Yes. So let's say like you have maybe a townhouse. A townhouse, yes, you'll be given a sectional title, but you also have a share for that place. But you can decide what you can do. But the issue is you have to ask for permission at the county if you want to construct maybe a servant quarter. You get me? So mume gets different. Leasehold ni zile za municipality enye unalipa rates na land rent. So mtu wote akitaka mtu wote
I see Sarah, na umeanza hii program ya Sunday, umeianza leo. Anyway, no problem.
No, he's trying to guide you. No, we are coming the way how for Mama Ngina came. So for Mama Ngina, there's that mother title. So if you go to the Survey of Kenya, they will show you maybe this land was maybe 2,000 acres of land. And remember that 2,000 acres of land, watakuonesha venye imekatokato. Venye imekatokato, there's a place called a deed plan. It shows you there's a road, there's a river, there's a forest, there's what. But the one which Mama Ngina is fighting and criticals, it is the remaining 1,000 acres. Where the chief land registrar and registrar of titles, kuna mtu alificha file. And if you go by the case, are you able to see the case number?
James? Yeah, I am. Yes, I am.
What is the year at the end?
Just one moment. What did you ask me?
The case number. There's a place there, environmental land.
Just one moment. Nilikuwa nimetoka hapo, acha nirudi. But continue even as I get that.
If you see that case is below 2020. When did our constitution come in? 2012. 2010. Anything below 2010, you are sued under the Environment Land Court. Just check. If it was not there, if it was before then, that means that matter was a civil matter. Anyway, as we continue.
And maybe, I don't know whether you know another title is whereby the change of title, whereby you can change it from residential to commercial. You know.
Yes.
That one is also another type of title.
No, okay, let's say like you have maybe a plot in Mombasa, not a plot. Let's say Ushago, a place near the town, where the county has touched. Let's say something like a town place. So maybe your grandfather had maybe a small shamba or a zero grazing, and you want to put apartments. You have to change that title. So you have to notify the county that you need to change of user. You know
change of user.
Yeah, so you change the status of that land, of that title from the current title, then you'll be given the one for the county where you'll be paying rates and land rent because you've already attracted. But if a place where the vicinity is away from, maybe I think it's around is it 50 kilometers out of town, you don't do change of user. But now, since the Land Act is becoming funny, because they want to make guys who own title, who you are fully absolute owner, they are trying to attract you to, they want to make you pay rates and land rent so that you can able to have facilities like roads and power and everything.
Yeah.
Umeiona objects?
But what are
Ukiona
you
kitu
asking?
yoyote iko chini ya 2020, I mean sorry, 2014 2015, hiyo mata
What
ilikuwa
did you want me
ina
to look for? The judge in question is Justice John.
enda juu kabisa, kuko na hapo Republic of Kenya something, where it shows the parties who are being sued.
Just a moment.
Okay, I could name. Are you able to see the judgment?
I know what you are asking for.
So let's assume that Mama Ngina sued the chief land registrar sometime maybe in 2020. So that means if that land has been there since 1970, before even the devolution, so that means kuko na mtu amekalia your file. See, let's not politicize. Let's take me as a client, or I take you as a client. I'll go to court and I say that the chief land registrar has refused, totally neglected to give me my title. Reason known to them. So that's why they are being told they need to respond within 14 days. If they don't respond within 14 days, that means they'll have another 121 days. Then if failure of that, then the court has the jurisdiction to force the chief land registrar to release that title to Mama Ngina and Criticus. Yes.
Okay. Bwana nani? Bwana Mzalendo, you are in. I don't know if you are in. Okay. Brother Benson, we were talking about the arrest of one Najib Balala, and of course, sorry, I'm taking you back is because I haven't had the submission. But what do you make of that arrest?
Hello? Hey, hello? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. What am I saying? Hey, hello, Stella. How are you? How are you, Stella? Nice to see your smile, and you look like you're ready for the holiday. Yeah. Always ready with the wise counsel. Habari Bwana Benson. I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. And Jakes and Leo. How are you today? Yeah. Maybe I'm just jumping in, but I was following a bit of the Mama Ngina story, and I want to look at it in a different angle. Although legally they are entitled for that particular property, because Mama Ngina and Criticals own it. The AG represents the government of the Republic of Kenya. The registrar is supposed to issue the title to the person that the land belongs to. Maybe Stella, there is another legal language called, I don't know, mandamus or something like that. I don't know what that means. Mandamus. It goes like something like that. MAMMANDAMUS. What is that?
It's in cinemas. Just type it. Jake,
I will type it. I'm not in a position to type. But
it's okay.
anyway,
I can ask you.
that's a legal language. Now they deserve that land. But again, I'm looking at this critical land, and at this particular time when that land has been having a lot of issues, meaning it has, at one time, there are some squatters who settled in Critical land. I don't know whether it is the same land in Taita Taveta that has been, that some settlers, some locals occupied and they refused to move. I don't know whether it is the same land. Then there is also the aspect of Critical issuing titles, issuing land to some politicians at some particular point. I don't know whether it is the same land or these guys that got thousands and thousands of tracts of land. But I look at it this way, that it is high time that we should have laws that govern how much land you can have in the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, it is high time that we need to regulate and check ourselves that how much of land does somebody need to own, like a human being?
Kenya,
And maybe the moderator can tell
Zalendo,
us
did you say landamas or mandamas?
whatever it is, but it is a legal term. Where did you get it right? It's something like
Is
that.
it that one?
Yeah, mandamus. What is it? Okay, another from a court of government to official ordering the government official to over the government official to property, fulfill their official duties to correct an abuse. Yeah, that is a legal term. Stella can address it more eloquently than myself. So that is exactly what the registrar of lands should do in this particular case. And just as Stella has said, there are few things that we always agree on, but on the issue of land, I think she's always on top of the issues. So, but on another angle about all this is that when is it enough for Kenyatta's family? You can look at the kind of the tracts and tracts of land they own. When is it like enough? Like, we should come up with a law saying that you need only to own like 2,000 acres of land, and within that is enough. So you don't need to own more than 2,000. Hizi 2,000 acres unaenda kufanyia nini? And again, if you have land ranging from thousands of acres and you've never developed it for a period of time, then there should be a law that the government should kick in and take that land from you and do for it something that is constructive and will develop the particular area. Because we have got people with huge tracts of land, they are not doing anything with it. They are not cultivating it,
Zalendo,
but they've just fenced it. I mean, there should be
Zalendo.
a like that. That's my recommendation. Yeah.
As you recommend that, you also need to know that the law is not retrospective. So as you're doing that, you are planning to recommend that we make these laws to stem specific families who already own large tracts of land. You need to have in mind that this law is not retrospective, meaning you cannot be able to reverse it. So the law will start operating currently. So already the guys that your law in your mind is to tame some families who already have had this large tracts of land. It's not going to make any change.
You see, what will happen, Leo, is that Leo, you know that in your lifespan, or you have got only one kid or two kids. Why should you have 20,000 acres of land? You need just to have enough for yourself and your children. That is the law from now. I'm not saying that it changes because if it is enacted today, it will not be backdated because whatever has already happened. We need to have laws that really govern this. When we were chasing Wazungus from Kenya, the main reason
think Mzalendo went. Or I'm the only one who is not hearing him.
We cannot hear him. But maybe before he comes back, one thing that Mzalendo needs to understand is
Hello?
our he's back.
Yeah, so that is my take, because this situation of land is one of the issues that are making Kenyans kill each other, and making us be very, very corrupt, because we want to amass a lot of wealth in terms of land. So people are getting into government, people are getting into politics to steal and to get land. Then they should know some limit, that even as much as you steal so much, then you can only buy this much of an asset. I think that is practical.
Mzalendo.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, your idea is a very good and good idea, but like you have to look at where we are coming from. For instance, we have this ancestral land. You know, how would you tell somebody was a chief somewhere at home, and maybe he has a big big chunk of land, and this land has been inherited by the son? How would you control that? Yet this is a traditional land that owns like what we call the absolute. How are you going to control that?
Mzalendo is gone. Maybe you can allow SG also joined there.
Yes.
I think
Mzalendo is not answering me.
I think ako mahali noisy kidogo, but I think he'll be coming back. Bwana SG, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're well. Karibu sana kwa hii debate.
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you guys?
Niko salama, nilikuacha ukikunywa mafuta na economy ya Ruto.
Economy imetulamba kurambwa. Unajua kurambwa. Unajua we once believed that unajua sahi ile maongeo iko hapa kwa street. Ni kwamba kila mtu amejoin LGBT. Kwa sababu you can feel it from the back. You can feel the back, you can feel the government climbing over you. You know what I mean? The government has climbed over us. Tunasikia iko nyuma yetu bwana. And that is why we are getting personal. We are si kucheza. It's not joke, bwana. Hello, I think there's some noise. I don't know what's happening, bro.
Kidogo tu, let me get that. Yeah.
Get a machine light. Tuko na siasa leo, tunachapa siasa. Tutakanyagana hapa.
Sasa what do you make of all this that is happening before hata tukuje kwa mambo ya mashamba?
Mambo ya mashamba, let me tell you, mashamba, we need to put it to a stop. There is what we call the Dongo report and the TRGS. Inaitangwa nini? Hello? Hello? We implement that and life goes back to normal. Si mambo ya Uhuru ama nani. We know so many thieves. So, hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead, Kamau.
Tunakusikia.
Haupotei mzee. Ni sisi tunakusikiza, wewe usijisikize.
Kamau, you are good. We can hear you correctly. Amepotea ni ukweli.
Amepotea.
Yes, then you are saying something.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yangu ni kusema ya kwamba mambo ya mashamba ni ngumu sana. Vile mlisema, mwingine alisema hapo. Hiyo ndio ilifanya Wakenya wakapigana kutoa wazungu Kenya. Na when Joseph Murumbi resigned, Kenyatta was looking for somebody to put as a vice president. Na hivyo akaona ni mzuri alete huyu Moi, alafu watu kutoka mountain wakafamia mashamba ya wazungu huko Nakuru, mahali in lived far in general. mahali mingi. Kwa hivyo mashamba ni ngumu sana, na vile Sia amesema hiyo Ndungu report ingekuwa implemented solve maneno ya mashamba sana, lakini Ndungu report, that is a theory of the 60s, and now it is kind of very late. So if we can revive a different Ndungu report, it will solve maneno ya mashamba. Mashamba ni a long story, na vile mnasemaga huyu nani Ruto ameiba hii na ile. Everybody in Kenya has stolen one land or the other. Vile wazungu waliacha, Waafrika walienda wakafahamia. So it is a long story. Lakini SCR, hiyo Ndungu report ilikuwa very perfect if it could have been implemented by Moi or Kibaki when they came along. But when Kenyatta came and now Ruto, this is too late. This is something that was done with over 50 years ago, and it is kind of late. Lakini if we solve the land reforms, hiyo itasaidia hata hiyo mashamba ya kulima mahindi nini na nini na nini. Lakini we have still a big problem, and how we solve it, we don't know. Some of us don't know. Thank you, James.
Stella, what was Ndungu land report? You know, some of these things Kenyans, we just say them, but what really does that report? What was it? What hiyo tume ilikuwa ya kazi gani?
It was really solving all the problems that were happening in Kenya. All the land that was grabbed illegally, all the corruption that the Ndungu report is one of the best reports that was ever written, but it was shelved by the people that came in power, like the Moi, because they didn't want to open up exactly what Ndungu had written up. The gentleman in Ndungu report, everybody agreed with it, but it was only the implementation of it.
Oh, okay. Stella, I don't know if you can hear me, Stella. Stella, are you there? Oh my. I think watu wameanza kusinzia. I understand it's already past 1 a.m. Okay, Bwana Leo, uko hapo? Aya, tumebaki sasa na na Bwana Benson. Brother Benson, do you know something about the report? Because we talk about it. When people come to campaign, they speak about it, but do we really even know what in the world that is?
Let me I don't know anything about, but I know that Ndungu Land report, it talks about the land that were grabbed, or the people who are located land unlawfully, you know, which required implementation from the government, yeah. But the government did not do anything about it, you know. So, but you know, like even if you look at, we have so many reports that have been done. Some of them have been very good reports, but what lacks is the spirit of implementation of this report. So, and that is the country where we are at. And something that Mzalendo was talking about, like enacting a law whereby we should know who owns what. You know, some of these things are very important, but like the time now you want to do it, it might not work based on like the people who you want to implement this report. They're the same people who owns this large of lands. How will they do that? You know, they're the people even like taking the lands from less fortunate. How will, and they're the people who are the implementers of the law. How will that one work? You know, so it's a very good idea from Mzalendo, but like implementation, our biggest and the weakest problem that we have in our country. So even like this report, I don't know whether we can find them in the government portal, because those are public literature, you know. I don't know. If
Some of these reports are always handed to the president, right?
Yeah.
For implementation and all. Now Stella is back. Stella, what is Ndongo report? It is a statement naisikianga na especially kwa campaign inatumika sana. What in the world is that beast called Ndongo report? What is it? Unmute.
Unmute. Oh.
Oh my. Go ahead. Go ahead. Stella, you're now good.
So,
Mm-hmm.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
So the Ndongo land report, they talk about land grabbing and illegal allocation. If you guys remember the time of COVID, you remember the property which was around Kariobangi. If you guys, you can understand what happened. Okay, there's some land which they are really identified as hotspots, especially for politicians, corrupt individuals. What they do, they go grab land. Once they grab that land, they go to lands. Now there are people who are called the National Land Commission. If anyone understand what they do, so what they do, they go and instruct that this land, it is supposed to be done some allocation. So you'd see some people who they've allocated their relatives, but yet they've grabbed, let's say like which one can I give? I can give one in Kajiado. If anyone can understand Kajiado, long time ago, it used to be a pastoralist land. So a famous politician grabbed that land, and the pastoralists were thrown out. Then they were told, you cannot interfere with that land or enter, or you bring your disease or whatever. Then within 2 to 5 years, they started allocating that land to relatives. Now these relatives, once they've been allocated, they had innocently allocated that land. But whenever they want to do maybe a transaction, they will be told, this file we cannot find, maybe it's in the strong room of the National Land Commission or the Ministry of Land, because it has been marked as a hotspot. If anyone can understand what I'm saying, I've attached a copy of Kipra. It's less than 24 pages. I think you can understand what the chronology of some land.
Stella, just a moment. Send it to me via private chat. It is easier for me to open through there.
Okay, let me send it to you via WhatsApp. So,
okay,
if you people, you can understand, remember the time when there was tribal clashes? If you were in Kenya in the 90s, can anyone understand what was happening? There was some tribal clashes, not IDP, some tribal clashes. There were some hotspots in those sides of Rift Valley where people were being evicted. Then some, if anyone can understand, some guys called Kulei, the Moi Five, who grabbed that land and they kind of illegally sold to their own relatives, like Akina Biwot and what and what. But since if someone wants to go and transact that land, and this is what I emphasize. If you know that you're insisting to buy land somewhere, please do your search. At times you can go do a search, then you're told that this search cannot come out because it has a report, or maybe the file can be found, it is already in the strong room. If you go and peruse that thing in Kipra, you'll see maybe that land which you are trying to purchase, it is in the Ndongo land report. So such land cannot be transacted. You'd see a lot of people who come, especially from Rift Valley, like farmers who they've grown maybe warus, whatever, but they are still having activity in that land. But if you go ask them, where is the title? They cannot give you that title. Another hotspot of Ndongo land report, if you know guys called the Mau Forest. You remember where people were being evicted because they've encroached the wetland and also endangering the forest. That's part of it. But remember, there's a time when there was a very big case of who owns those big parcel of land at the Mau forest. But it's a story which I don't want to involve myself because it's still running in court. But that one was part of the Ndongo Land Commission, and it had 3 very powerful Kalenjin people. Another one is in those sides of, is it Siaya? There's a place in Siaya, there was a tribal clashes. Also that land, it falls under Ndongo Land Report. So if you know that you're buying land from upcountry, some places in Rift Valley, be very cautious. Please do your search and make sure that search, it gives you all the information. If you see that file cannot be found for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, do not try and purchase that land, because you're not going to get a title, or you cannot also get a certificate of lease.
Kindly share with me that document so that
also,
let me share with you.
And also, Stella, something that also, if you want to buy a land, maybe you can do what we call a certified copy of a green card. This also will give you a detailed information about that particular lot, the history of that plot, and where it is. Yeah, so that is also some of the things that you should also look at when you are purchasing.
Yes.
You said a certified copy of the green card, right?
Yes. Yeah. Those
you can
are
find
very
it
detailed.
at the land file.
Lands office just paid. I think is just it's costly, but it's going. And another thing also you can do. You can also pay the register and do personal inspection on that particular file.
Yes.
You go to the registrar's office after paying it, you see it by yourself. Those are things that are available at the lands office. You can access all those.
Also, you need also to go to the Survey of Kenya. So then they can able to identify what. So what happens these days with Survey of Kenya? You see, normally they don't tell you that we go or you pay some certain facilitation, you go to another land. So since everything is digitized, they can able to show you if a map shows you there's a place, it's yellow, that place is riparian. If it shows red and blue, that is government land. But it shows gray and green, that is now the Ndongo land, where the parcels which are prone to the Ndongo land report. So that's what I was saying, and this is what I spoke sometime on Sunday. I told guys, it doesn't take you to some relatives, you send them. You yourself come. So if you feel that you're not satisfied with the land registrar, or maybe the Survey of Kenya, the chief can also tell you that you cannot purchase that land because this matter is on a ADR, an alternative dispute resolution. And also the National Land Commission can also tell you that do not purchase that land, or if you're encroaching that land, or if you suspect someone is selling that land, you need to report that person to the National Land Commission, so they are able to see who is the illegal person who is occupying that land. But if you see now the Ndongo Land Report, especially a place called Sachangwan, if you guys you've been there, or Londiani, you'd see there are no structures which have been built, because someone would ask, why is this land, no one has made any transaction or any development? That place, if you see at the Survey of Kenya, it will show you the gray and green part, where they tell you don't purchase, or if you feel that anyone who you are suspecting is trying to sell for you, you report that thing to the National Land Commission. So they are able to arrest the person, because they need to know how he got the title, or how they are trying to implicate, because you see such properties, the files are kept in a strong room. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Guys, we are about to enter a 3.5 hour, and I'm sure Stella would wish to rest. Brother Benson, kwao ni mchana. I'm sure yeye ako na enough.
Mimi unajua hata niko kazi niliamua tu sijapataga time kuingia kwa sababu wewe unamalizaga mapema, so nikasema wacha niingie kidogo, at least unajua umenitumia malink kwa phone, nasema huyu Jackson anasema tu namlenga.
Unajua mapema yako kwetu ni saa ngapi? Like now it's almost 2 in the morning. Yes, Stella.
Yeah.
Ujampatia nini ya Kenya tulikuwa tuna discuss about story ya kina Balala.
Oh, yeah. He was to do that, then he went back to
Let's get
issue.
his views.
Brother Benson, what do you make of this arrest? We saw Matiang'i juzi, now it's Balala, not Malala.
Okay, I'm not going to
then of course Yatani, Mona Nyakoni. Yeah. So what do you make of this arrest?
I don't. Okay. Okay. What is happening is this, yeah. Sometimes it might be political. It has two sides. Yeah. It might be political, or sometimes it might be true finding. But the only place that I usually don't disagree with, I disagree with our investigators. If you have to bring somebody to court, at least do your investigation until investigation is over, so that when you bring somebody to court, everything is finalized. You will find like Balala, they will bring him to court and he will pay his bail, and that will be the end of it. And this case might be dragged in court for almost like 10 years. So what is now the reason why, But if you look at political, yeah, maybe it's a time for revenge, because like, as you know, Balala was very loyal to His Excellency, the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. So maybe, as our politics is all about, it's all about the revenge, now I have the power and I have to do it. Maybe I want to scare you so that you can join my group. All that, you can also put into perspective. Maybe maybe Balala can come next to the power so that he can be, be safe, have some influence somewhere. But if indeed Balala really misused the money that was supposed to use for that, then he should face the full force of the law. That's my take.
Now, from where you sit, what do you make of this? Is it witch hunt? Is it vendetta?
I don't think so. I might not say it is a witch hunt, but like, I will wait until I see how the cases are going to be run in court and what accusation and the evidence. And that one might tell you whether this is a witch hunt or is not, because, everything in our country, if it happens, we look at the political side of it, but we don't look at the legal perspective, and the benefit to the country. We put it into our political affiliations, that's what I think.
Let me ask you, we saw them complain about Matiang'i. They arrested him. You remember the raids at night, and even them destroying his house and everything else. And that happened when we had Mandamano. Now, here is a situation where the former president has said, come next year, he will be going back to Mount Kenya to, kind of rebrand, rebuild, restructure, republish himself, to the people again. Is it a coincidence that just barely a week after the former president did that, or he has been seen to suggest the same? We have seen the rebranding of Jubilee and everything else. Is it a coincidence that now that has happened, we are reattacking the CSs again? Do you find it a coincidence, really?
No, anything you have to look it into when you're looking at the political angle. That is true, maybe because there might be some influence that Najib Balala might have, So because like by next year the president is the former president is going to do that, and Balala might be one of the influencers. So you have to cut that link before it actualizes. Yeah. But on the other hand, too, we have to be very, very like patriotic and say if Balala indeed did not use the money or misappropriated the money that was under his docket, then he should face full force of the law. Yeah, without us looking at his affiliated or is a friend to the president or what, because like the money that is in question, that is Kenyan money, is not for particular person, you know. So because like if that money was not used correctly, which means you've denied Kenyans an opportunity to be in a very good facility. So you should face
now the president has been vocal. The president has been vocal on the use of the sword, and he has been threatening the guys who have been going to court, those who have been undermining his program. And as late as today, these were some of his sentiments.
Nzuri ajabu. Mungu ametubarikia na nchi. Iko na wananchi wenye bidii. Iko na hali ya anga nzuri. Tunaheshimiwa duniani kote. Juzi World Bank wamesema nchi ya Kenya ni nchi ya 3 duniani ambayo inapokea pesa nyingi ya diaspora. World Bank wakasema nchi ya Kenya ni nchi ambayo uchumi inakuwa katika duniani kote namba 29 kwa nchi karibu 200. Nchi ya Kenya inasemekana kwa ile Lonely Planet ya kwamba nchi hii yetu ya Kenya ndio nchi nzuri zaidi kutembelewa na watalii katika bara letu la Afrika, na ni namba 10 duniani kote. Hiyo ni nchi nzuri ama si nchi nzuri jameni? So mimi nauliza wale ambao wako na kisirani na Kenya, wakiona kitu fulani inafanyika mzuri wanapeleka kotini, wakiona kitu mzuri fulani inafanyika wanaenda kupinga. Juzi tumeweka mpango ya housing ya kupanga ajira ya vijana wetu, hawataki. Tumepanga mambo ya afya, tumesema Mkenya hata ule wa mwisho apate bima ya afya, hawataki. Tumesema tupange mambo gani, hawataki. Mimi nawauliza hawa ambao hamutaki vijana wetu wapate kazi, hamutaki wa Kenya wapate matibabu, nyinyi hamutaki chochote kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nyinyi ni Wakenya wa aina gani? Si tupende nchi yetu jameni? So I am telling the great people of Kenya, please, we have a great country. God has given us.
Sasa niwaulize, hao watu wanasema ya kwamba tusipatie wale hawana insurance ati waendelee kukaa bila insurance. Ati tusipunguze kutoka 500 mpaka 300. Ati waendelee kuiba pesa ya NHIF. Mnataka ati nikubaliane na wao? Hiyo haiwezekani my friends. Hiyo watafute maneno mengine. That one I will not accept. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Wale ati wamepeleka kotini mambo ya kujenga manyumba. Sasa mimi nataka niwaulize. Si mnataka hawa vijana tuwapatie ajira? Ama vijana wa Kisii wote wako na kazi? Vijana wa Kisii mko na kazi? Kila mtu wako na kazi? Si lazima tupange ajira? So yule mtu ambaye anaenda kotini ati anataka kuzuia ati tusijenga manyumba hawa vijana wapate ajira, ati tusifanye ile kazi yote ndio Kenya tubadilishe. Hawa ni watu ambao ni maadui wa taifa letu la Kenya, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie nyinyi mlimpatia uwezo hawa watu wote ambao wanataka kutuzuia, mimi nitapambana na wao. Mimi nahitaji tu maombi yenu, kwa sababu si mnajua nilipatiwa panga pale, nilipatiwa sword kubwa hivi. Kwani mnafikiri hiyo sword ni ya kukata mboga? Si ni ya kufyeka wakora hawa? Ndawafyeka kabisa. Kenya itasonga mbele. Sijui kama tunaelewana watu wa Kisii.
Now, Stella, I don't know if you're there with me.
Yeah,
Stella, are you there?
Yes.
Now, the president says such words, and all of a sudden we are having people being arrested left, right, and center. We are having cases re-emerging. Even so, ukiwa mtaka go to court or rather report a statement and in fact even obtained a nobi claiming his life is in danger following that sentiment. What do you make of what the president is trying to say?
Okay, maybe he's using a narrative of trying to please people. So he's trying to say that there's a famous Chinese leader called King Jinping, who said, "I don't care the color of the cat, whether it is black or white, as long as it catches the mouse." So now, if he gives such a narrative, he should start with himself, because he knows that his docket is the one which is more corrupt. So now, going after Akina Balala and who, to me, it's not going to bring national importance, because it's not going to change my life. Because yes, he's been arrested because of 82 billion, which is water under the bridge. Maybe that money has been used. Okay, maybe he can be told to they freeze the assets of them. But still, if you freeze the assets, it is not changing my narrative of suffering as a hustler. So him should not use like he's hiding himself because of corruption. It starts with him. So for him to give such a narrative, hiyo panga yenye anasema afike watu wake kwanza kabla hajaendea hao wengine. Because the grass is always green on the other side. So he knows that his people are the ones who are corrupt. Because if right now, if you check this government, everywhere is wanton loss, from the national government to the counties to our own governors. If you see the Margaret Nyakango report, where even people are spending less than 1% of devolution or development, what happens to this other money? Isn't it to start with the governor? You tell the Sakaja, you were given 14 billion. I want you to account each and every trip you two went, and the fuel guzzlers which you had. And if it's like a business, if me, I'm a business person, I'll have to go out and spend money to see how I'm going to market myself. Market yourself, use the money. But what happens? If I get 3 or 4 clients out of the 10 which I want, at least that money, I would show proof that this client has given me money and it has returned itself. So at least we can know the profits. But the thing is, he has to start with his own people, his own MPs. Jakes, it doesn't make any sense. Where we see MPs the other day, they were fighting because of CDF money. Ebo nikuulize Jakes, hata saa hii wapewa hiyo CDF money. Tuko January. So, I mean, tuko December. Next year ni January. Even I think it's 10 days to January. Kids are going to school. They will go to the same classrooms, the same toilets, the same desk. Yet hawa walikuwa wanajua walikuwa wamepatiwa pesa, wange take advantage. They go wanafanya nini? They replace new desk, ama they add more streams to the schools. So him saying that nini sword, he starts with these people. Ache kutumia watu wazee. Ni kama like I tell someone, it's like a yard where there's a chicken. You don't go for older chicken, because that is the one which is breeding the younger ones. So go get the chicks. You see how you're going to how you're going to nurture them to be better. But how he was talking, and now even we have seen certain issues of these ministers and his CSAs and whoever, the previous regime. To me, it is not making sense. It is not changing my life. I want you here and now. Even the time when it is coming to New Year, before even that New Year 31st, ikuje, you go in front and tell the Kenyans, I know you people, you have suffered. I am going to reduce this. I am going to reduce that. I am going to improve this. I'm going to sanitize my government. I don't need to have CSs and PSs. One docket has to go, because they're all doing the same thing. You need also to tell the Kenyans that I need to even to reduce at least even atakani wage bill ya government. I reduce some people in the ministry. Fine. But the thing is, he's just anaongea tu story ya jaba kufurahisha tu watu. Anaongea tu stories za jaba. So mimi ka hasla, mimi sitaki kusikia stories za jaba. Mimi nataka kujua ka nini January 2024 kama unga itakuwa 120. Period, point blank. Yes.
All right. Fantastic. Now, I know you are in a different meeting, nikakuhijack, nikakuingisha kwa hii. I'm equally certain that you are extremely exhausted. And but lucky for us, tomorrow ni Sato, or rather today ni Sato, so maybe you'll have an hour extra ya kupumzika.
Yeah, ni sawa tu. Kuna shida.
Okay, now let me ask you this, even as we are wrapping up, why do they fear Uhuru Kenyatta? Why is that the thought of him coming back? And again, equally, should he even come back? He should retire, or should he come back? And why is the thought of him coming back raising some jibas among some of these politicians? Because some of these cases can be linked to the fact that he's now seen walking around. The other day, I think alikuwa Itaredam akipigwa photos, and he's all over. He was launching a church the other day, slowly tu pole pole tu, chini tu ya maji, but eventually maybe these moves will bear some fruit. Why is the thought of him making others feel uneasy?
Simple. So Uhuru is there is this story about the Bible about the betrayed child. So why he's being feared now? Because now I think Mount Kenya lost their glory. I mean, what I could say that now UDA, they are losing their glory of what they had promised, where people didn't do what didn't get what the manifesto was saying. The stories are jaba. So now there's another time when we were having here a discussion and Leo, and I said, UDA now they are losing ground. Let me tell you, hii story ati aliendaga sijui Wasingishu kwenda kupeleka unga mkate nini. Hiyo ni how do I put it? Hiyo ni show ingine unapatiana like unajua niko hapa. But people there hata ukikuja, I know wamekula hiyo chakula na wameshiba na wamelala. Then what happens? Wataenda chini ya mtu wasema sasa alituletea unga moja, mimi hata simurudishi because someone uko kwa ground. Hebu nikuulize Jakes, hata kama ni wewe, the first place kwenye utaenda kupeleka chakula ni wapi? Ni Turkana na Ukambani, si ndio? So why do you go a place kwenye kuna bread basket kwenye mvua ilikuwa inanyesha El Nino mpaka kuko na nini? At least hata mtu amepanda tumboga huko nini na tuunga na kila kitu. But if you had gone to the less vulnerable places like Turkana, even them they think Kenya is another country. That one will be like anyway alifikiria watu wa njaa. But you go there you tell guys ati sijui nini mpaka umeanza kunini kulebo bags na jina yako ya nini. It does not bring sense. You've already lost because the faith from the Rift Valley people have lost it. So he's trying to retain it. But now what has Uhuru done? Uhuru is saying, look here, if we want to revive the Jubilee Party, nyinyi watu lazima ni wakurumu. Na ni hivi, weakling ya huyu mtu ni hapa na hapa na hapa na hapa na hapa. So what have you seen?
Umejimute Stella. Stella umejimute. Oh my. Stella umeguza mute. Okay, but what you're seeing on your screen is what Stella is describing of the Christmas gifts that were handed to what was Sugoi. Of course, it's Christmas season, and the president and some governors chose to rather give some Christmas goodies to their people. And here you see the bags are labeled. The women with their children came to receive some Christmas goodies. Of course, it's Christmas time to give, time to share with the many, the less fortunate, the less privileged, and everyone else. So what Stella is saying is that here is Christmas goodies, but the bags had to be labeled. The president had to escort some people just to showcase, a working president, a giving president. Women and children are happy. Of course, they'll enjoy Christmas. I'm sure they are kukona nice goodie, right? So this was in, I don't know if can we listen in kidogo, even as Stella works on her end. Yeah, now they are going home for the festivities. Well, now there was a request I play a clip by Mr. G. Now let me play it now.
Nebeberate maga. Ndĩretigĩra kũnyitwo.
Ĩmũtiugire bataraitha nĩ yagwa. Yagwa kũ? Mũrĩmi mũnini nĩ onaga mbia icio cia bataraitha ĩyo.
Atĩ wauga ũraiguire makĩona megũka gũtara irio kagetha.
Ndauga ndĩcicie kei. Ũikare ũguo megune.
Na nĩ ũramenya icio nĩ mbembe?
Ndĩramenya nĩcio.
Arabu?
Ndauga ndĩcicie kange. To thirikari ĩraugire gũtarwo nĩ ũtokaga kwarĩ. Ndauga ndĩcitinangie ciothe. Kapacitare. Nora handĩte na bataraitha ĩno ya raithi, ĩno ya thirikari. Yo hatirĩ ndĩ na hinya. Ndĩ na hinya. No wĩkĩrire ngũnia thate.
Atĩa?
No wĩkĩrire thate.
Stella, sorry, I was playing that even as I was waiting for you. Now,
No, it's okay.
What is that guy saying? He was talking in that 44 language of our country. We have many. Now, he was using one of the 44 languages. What was he saying? I hope you understood him.
Okay, me, I'm not conversant with Kikuyu, but I can just touch one or two things. So the guy is asking him, mbona unakata mahindi? Akaanza kusasa faida gani ya kukata mahindi na hii fertilizer tulipromisiwa haijakuja, na sasa hata unaona hii mahindi venye imemea nimeng'ang'ana nayo. So from the other one I don't know, but let me tell you Jakes, it is a sad situation. Ukiona mtu amekata hivyo mahindi, imagine umepanda, long time ago, let me be honest. I need to come out and I say I'm honest. During Uhuru's time, one thing about Uhuru, he was not touching three things in his government. He was not touching the hustler people, he was not touching the farmer, and he was not touching an SME. You know what I mean, SME? What wako na to small cottage industry. You get these two guys who are dealing with online marketing, these guys who are like doing like delivery. You get what I'm trying to say? To SMEs, those small businesses which don't fikisha the target of 5 million a year. You understand where I'm coming from? He was very careful. Now, if you see a farmer who was planted an acre of land, or let's say like he has planted like mahindi, maybe acre tano, na fertilizer enye alikuwa anaenda kununua DAP na CAN, that bag was less than 2,000 shillings. If Sarah was here, she could have told you, because even me, nishaipanda mahindi, I know. Now, out of that, alafu uende utafuta watu wa kukulimia, walipe 250 per day, wakuja walima within 7 days, alafu yet you wait for your mahindi, you'll get like almost like 50 bags in a acre. You get what I'm trying to say? Now, this 50 bag, I don't need to take it to the KPCU. I don't need to take it to National Cereal Board. I can use that your mahindi, nipatie inaitangwaje, niuzie watu wa kuuza mahindi choma. ama nienda nikasiage gogoro alafu then nikuje nichanganye alafu then I start giving to mtu wa nini wa kiosk ama my neighbors who are coming to buy kwa kisiagi. You know, at least you are not going hungry and you're not getting frustrated, and the taxman was not in your door. Right now, if you check the situation, Jakes, a farmer right now hata amejaribu kupanda mahindi. The one mwenye alikuwa anapanda mahindi was 100 acres and above. Right now, you cannot even enda kuchukua tinga ikulimie because it is too expensive. Because long time ulikuwa unaambiwa per day I'll charge you how much? 7,500. But now siku hizi wamekuwa werevu wanakuambia kilomita hii na hii na hii nitakuchaji hivi juu ya mafuta imepanda. So unaona your cost of operational is becoming more expensive than what you're getting the produce. Haya, they said that fertilizer ilikuanga inaitagwaje 2005. There is no fertilizer for 2,500. I'll tell you the cheapest fertilizer it's 4,000. Na ujeka VAT, ujeka boda, ujeka mtu wa kulima mwenye uko unamlipa 250, you're meant to pay him 600, at least he can feed. So now mahindi tena uanze kufanya nini? Uvune. So ujue you lose people wa kuvuna, utuende uchukue kitingatinga ya kutoanisha mahindi alafu uende ukaushe, then ufike National Cereal Board wanakuambia hatuwezi chukua mahindi, silo zimejaa. You find yourself you've wasted money. There's nothing which is returning. So if you see such a farmer, because he knows hiyo mahindi kimea hata uza cereal board, hata jirani akikuja kununua atamwambia aje ninunulie debe, because broker akikuja hapo atanunua na 1,000. Yet even cereal board wananunua importers ngunia moja wananunua 4,000. Does it make sense, Jakes? Because hustler amechokozwa. Even though tunasemanga unaonaga venye siafu ikiingia ukianza kama hiyo nini inakula such a person, it tells you the situation, not only him as a maize farmer, what happens to the coffee farmer and the tea farmer na mtu mwenye anapanda ngano. If these people, they were saying that they want to put it in a way that we need to be a bread basket, it is very ashamming if I tell you, Jakes. Mtu mwenye anakaa Busuya instead anunue mahindi Kitale and across border Uganda kununua mahindi, which is so unfair. In fact, even the guys of agriculture, they could even seal those borders kusema there's no need of having mahindi inakuja hapa because inaharibia market. Watu wa wapi? Watu wa Nairobi. But watu wa Western, they can able to eat because wananunua mahindi cheaper huko Uganda, then wanakuja wanaweka kisiagi hapa. It is cheaper. If you see someone like a coffee farmer, long time ago, they were used to be respected. These people were like millionaires. They used to own chunks of land. Right now, you're seeing they're cutting off their coffee because they want to sell land so that they're able to survive. Unaona huyu ameuza eka moja, mwingine ameuza quarter. So if you go, there's a lot of to quarter. You get, if this government had taken care of this farmer, I swear, Jakes, hatungekuwa tukibeg. Look at sugar right now. What do? Import sugar, repackaged. You go buy sugar at the retail chain, which you know which is famous. Ununue. Then one day, someone somewhere, a broker somewhere, to asumbuane na mtu wa gava, afite sukari. Jakes, sukari tangu ya Kibaki na wakati wa Uhuru haipo inapandaga kama blood pressure. Saa hii leo sukari leo ni 400. What? Si Christmas iko kuni inakuja. Ngoja utaona itakuja 550. Na remember ikikuwa hiyo 550 haitarudi chini. Bado itaenda escalate. Because the scrupulous cartels, they want just to destroy this country to make their money. And these cartels, everybody knows, they're the CSs. It is so ashamming. Unaona mpaka mtu CS mwenyewe anaenda mpaka wanaenda sumbuana na a certain fellow CS kwa sababu imeleta edible oil. Then what do they use? They use a tactic of telling kids, you people create a narrative kusema that this mafuta is not fit for human consumption. So it starts a conversation with Kenyans. But behind the scene, kuna mtu ameenda amechukua zile vibuyu za yellow, ameweka mafuta, alafu ameanza kuambia mtu ikifika ni yako, lakini shilingi 2 ni yako, shilingi 6 ni yangu. Who is eating? It's a certain CS. Look at certain the issue of the way they were saying they wanted to revive some sugar factory. What happened? They go arrest the Kalasinga guy, right? So that you create a conversation so that the government can able to destroy something behind you. Wanasema huwezi ona mgongo yako ukijikuna, si ndio? So that's how they are behaving. And it's so annoying that now, because we are going to 2024, 2025, if we get 2026, people will forget. They will forget that they suffered, they go back again, warudishe mtu. But now sasa watu wamekuwa werevu sasa. Wamesema onakafaka Uhuru. No, walikuwa wasema heri Uhuru. Kwa sababu Uhuru hata siku yake hakuwa anasumbua. Let me tell you, during Uhuru's time, fine, you people you're saying he stole, but I enjoyed the roads. I enjoyed my salary. I enjoyed my savings. I've enjoyed everything. Yeah? He made my life easier because I could have eaten 3 meals in a day. Now, this one, are you able even to eat 1 meal in a day? Utaka leo Monday, the next meal new Wednesday. And even it's not even making nini whatever. Kesho mtu wa mjengo akirudi tena kwa ile kwenye mjengo alikuwa kushafungwa. What happens? He goes back again. Watoto wanamwangalia hivi, bibi wanamwangalia hivi. It is creating crisis by the day. Look at now, Neni. Look at now, like there were like 6 EPZs in a deliver. 3 zimefunga checks. Wameenda Tanzania. So what is that different? Because we are in Africa, this one goes to Tanzania because of the harsh tax policies. Now, are you in LinkedIn? Enda kwa KRA, wendo angalia ni nini wameiweka. You'll be so shocked. Jets vitu ndogo zile za 5% zimepanda 15 to 25. You have a client who wants to invest, then unamwambia, by the way, the last time when we talked with you, maybe last year, things have changed. You think the investor is going to invest here? No, he tells you, get me another country, which is, the tax laws are they are not so harsh. Yani, it is something which I can able to be accommodative with. So, me, I have to tell the client, ukweli, ukitaka kwenda kunini, go to this country, go to Ethiopia, go to Rwanda, go to Uganda, go to Tanzania. But you are able to tell them the profit which you are able to make within 1 year in Kenya, it will take you 2 to 3 years. The investor does not care as long as the taxman is not on his neck. Yeah, he can breathe like this taxman, breathe like that taxman, like that and that. But now the problem is, every time that this government is coming telling us hapa stories ajaba, how they've made sijui some homes, sijui development. Which development? There is no development. Checks kama sai stima. I think we've lost like 4 times. In this year, we've lost like 3 national blackouts. What was so different before then, now Uhuru, ama Kibaki, ama Moi, we were not getting this crisis. So that means we have an incompetent government with incompetent people. Because mutu, kwa sababu the thing is, there's something called loyalty. Uenda utafutia mtafutie, amepata kiti. Asanti yake ni gani? Wacha nikupatie hii docket. You have no idea. Venye stima inaran. You have no idea how then I can give you one. Like someone like Kipchumba Murkomen, aliyeko transport. This guy, we know he's a lawyer, but he cannot even tell how the runway ya ndege utengenezwa. He has no idea. After you go for those board meetings, ama those to do, inatakwa hii kitu alikuwa anasema he wants to make a committee. For what? Yeah? Wakule 6,000 kila saa juu wakinyambanyamba and they're not making any solution. Walikuwa wanajua vizuri. The first blackout, it could be a red flag, knowing that there is an issue here. The second blackout, at least tungesema, mashini ilikuwa mbaya lakini wacha tuone venye ilikuwa. but kuna mtu ni kulegea. You start giving excuses to Kenya. You think Kenyans hawajasoma? Wacha nikwambie, tumesoma tu, ni makazi tu tumekosa, but tunajua makazi imepewa community tatu peke yake. If something like Machogu, the one for education, watoto wangapi wamepita KCSE ndio ilitoka. So they decide to have head of teachers to choose the students kwenye wanaenda. What happened to the rest of the 4,000 kids? Wataenda wapi? There is no nini, hakuna TVETs enough. Okay, kuna wale watoto si werevu Jakes. Kuna wale watoto maybe madi ama wale whatever. There's something which they are good at, either carpentry or tailoring or anything. Hata kama hatapata space ya university, at least kuko na mahali anaenda. But do we have enough TVETs? Because all polytechnics zote wame-convert in university. If they have left polytechnic, ibaki polytechnic, at least it could have absorbed what wapatange the small diploma courses, they are 3 to 4 months. So if I have to do maybe a training of someone, let's assume that maybe I have a skill kuonesha watu, maybe how to do this maybe something kama artistry or what. I am forced to go through government protocols here, there. You get. Sijui toka hapo and Anita. You're registered with Anita, go TVET. Toka TVET, sijui go what? Go what? Now, by the time I get my license to operate as an institution, it will take me 2 years. So what happens when wamemaliza form 4, 2024, na wengine watamaliza 2025, si watakuwa chokora na wanaiba na wanakuwa kamagira wa matatu. You see, watu hawafikiri. That's what I'm saying. Hata kama even this ma MPs, they are being given CDF. In fact, this CDF, the next whatever guys when they were trying we are going to go for a referendum to amend the constitution. CDF isipewe MP. What ipewe national government. MP akienda alia huko mbele asema mimi sina shule ama sina hospitali. Hiyo pesa inapatiwa hata isipatiwe hata mtu wanaita kwaje contractors ama nani au cowboy contractors, ipatiwe watu kama PPPs. Public private partnership. They tengeneza a referral hospital. They tengeneza shule, because if you give someone like Kamau or you give someone like Otieno, wapatie hiyo pesa, maybe aanze kusema nataka 10 million. Alafu then they go and buy substandard materials, then shule inaanguka. It doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying. If we're going for a referendum, CDF isipewe MPs. They have proved for the last time wakati Kibaki alikuwa na venye Uhuru amekuwa na sahi Ruto, they are not doing anything with that money. If someone like Nyakango would come up with such a nini, kama sisi Nairobi, zero, wapi kwa Sakaja, you wonder. Anyway, that's it.
All right. Well, Anaitwa Stella, I understand her. The background enables her to really have enough to say. Well, can you call that your submissions? Wow, fantastic. But this is what Stella is talking about, even as we wrap up. Allow me to play that as the final clip of the show. This is what Stella is talking
Johnson
about.
Sakaja's Nairobi County is among 10 counties that did not spend a penny on development in the first quarter of the current financial year. The 10 counties diverted all the allocated funds to paying salaries and allowances and running operations. On the other hand, the Controller of Budget has ranked Governor Patrick Ole Ntutu's Narok County as the top county with the highest spending on development, 30% of its allocation. Stephen Letour reports.
For the period under review, the first quarter of the 2023-2024 financial year, the Controller of Budget has raised a flag over governors that have starved their constituents of development. During the period under review, the 47 devolved units spent 60.3 billion shillings on salaries and allowances and a paltry 6.9 billion shillings on development, representing a paltry 3.7% of the total allocation. Nairobi City County is one of the counties that is on the control of budget radar for spending 0 shillings on development, despite an allocation of 14 billion shillings. According to the Treasury Best Office, huge percentage of the monies were channeled to paying salaries and allowances and financing county operations and maintenance. Control of Budget report shows that the Johnson Sakaja-led City Hall used 176 million shillings in 4 months for domestic travel, 11.9 million shillings on foreign trips, 51.8 million shillings on fuel alone, and 28 million shillings worth of hospitality. Other counties that also recorded 0 development include Embu, Homa Bay, Kericho, Kilifi, Machakos, Samburu, Turkana, Wajir, and West Pokot. The Control of Budget, on the other hand, ranked Narok Governor Patrick Olen Tutu as the top governor in financing development projects, sinking 1.3 billion shillings in 4 months, which translates to 30% of the county's allocation. His Bomet counterpart Hilary Barchok came in second, spending 17% on development. Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, and Garissa counties also spent below 15% of their monies in development. The Control of Budget also raised concerns over ONSO's revenue collection. Out of 78.6 billion shilling targets, all the 47 counties collected only 10.6 billion shillings, translating to 13%. This was attributed to leakages in revenue collection and management, as most of the collected monies are not banked as per the law. Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, his counterparts Patrick Olen Tutu and Abdi Guyo Visiolo led the top 3 collectors of ONSO's revenue. Machakos County collected only 2.6% of her target, while Nandi, Kericho, Lamu, Kajiado, and Kakamega formed the list of the bottom 10 on revenue collection. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Yeah, so that's what you're talking about. That is how our county performed. Stella, your closing remarks even as we wrap up the show.
It's only one point. Do not vote back the same regime in 2027. Be wise. Please try and track your governors and also track your senators, what they've been doing end of the day. Because you see there are some senators who you have voted for them, but they contribute nothing. Check your governors' spending. If you see that there is an issue, like maybe there's no hospital, or maybe maybe a sick person is leaving a country to another country because of lack of infrastructure, especially hospital, be very questionable. Don't return these people again. Please, let's be wise end of the day.
Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we wrap up the show. Thank you so very much for tuning in to Africa 24. Kindly consider subscribing to Africa 24, and this shall be your home of such content and many more. We wish our viewers a Merry Christmas and, of course, a fantastic New Year. Stella, what is your message for Christmas to our viewers?
Take care, be cautious, and have a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2024. And God bless you. By the way, Jakes, when are we having our on Sunday? Are we still talking about land?
I will communicate to you behind the tent. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much. Asante sana wadau. This has been your show. This has been your host. And of course, with the one and only Stella. Na wengi ambao pia walitangulia. We had the likes of Kenya Rebel. We had Jamaa Alijita Leo. Mr. G was in the house. Mzalendo as well. And many who joined us. Akina SG Kamau, Penya Gaka, and all the panelists that made way to make this show possible. Thank you very much. I am grateful for you guys. Above all, thank you, our viewers, for always tuning in and participating to our show by commenting, participating through liking, and above all, sharing your sentiments in all our platforms. Equally, I may not fail to recognize those who have been subscribing. Asante sana. You guys are just but amazing. Thank you very, very much. Even as we near the end of the year, we wish you the very best. I wish you the best of all your doings. I don't know if now we are able to hear Mzalenda. I see him joining in. Mzalenda, how are you?
Hey, hi. Hi, Jake. So
Hi.
I didn't want to get into the studio at this particular moment because you're winding up. I was just testing something. I wanted to listen in to Stella. I missed a lot of our conversation, but she said some things which are very, very important for our viewers to know. But I thank you for the information, Stella. Our MPs generally are the thieves. What I wanted to say is that these people, all they need is that they need to be compelled to build schools so that they can get CDF direct. They build schools of their own, so the government gives them the money to finance those schools, because that's what they are doing literally. If an MP is lining up women and men and children to give them some token in the name of bursaries, and yet they cannot legislate for free secondary education, then Kenyans need to wake up and smell the coffee. This is a bunch of thieves wanting to steal 250 million. And I agree with you when you say that this devolution is not really working well for everybody. If we go back to the national government, the kind of money that has been pumped into the county governments, if the national government could just do its work properly, develop the factories that they were there initially, the Mzoia, the Moronis, the Rivertex, and all that, then there would be enough employment if you have a good leader up there who can implement all these factories. I will revive all these factories. The problem is not even our leaders. The problem is us. The problem is us. We are the ones who empower these leaders. We are the ones who give them that mandate after every 5 years to rule over us. We have a problem. If you cannot realize that Kenyans are the biggest problem, it's not even the president. We are the biggest problem. A Kenyan anasimamishwa na polisi wa traffic, anaambia huyo driver, ebu muonge haraka haraka tunataka kufika. So who is the problem? You are driving on Mombasa highway, you see a speeding vehicle coming on your side, unampigia mataa, hey, enda polepole, polisi wako mbele. This is a sick society. Parents are buying exams for their children. Sick society. Nurokanga sits for an exams, get 420, mtu 402, mtu wa class 3. A sick society. And then we invite him in all these media houses to praise him what he has done. Amefanya vizuri sana. Mtu mzee 90 years old sitting for an exam in the name of Marugi, anakaa exam na watoto ati being examined for in class 8. This society has failed. Kenya, we have to re-engineer ourselves and think that where we started losing it. We lost it at some point, and we lost it big time. Getting back to where we were in the 80s, it will take a long, long time. If you grew up in the city, you want to see the infrastructure the Mzungu left and how this Njolengumu, this is Africa, we have really, let me use the YF word, we have really messed it up completely. Siwa system tumejaza kwa sababu tunajenga maflats, grid imeenda juu, yeah. Then we complain about the government of the day, and yet you as an individual, you are so greedy. You are so greedy. Umepata exam inauziwa ya watoto wako wa class 8, wewe ndio mtu wa kwanza kwenda kuinunua. When they are admitted at the university to do engineering and medicine, jua uliwaibia exam, unasema hapana, wacha wafanye procurement. Wacha wafanye procurement. When the university now tries to say that, okay, people who are coming into the university, let them do an entry exam, the parents are the first people to go in the streets. So with the time, now is when we are realizing the benefits of corruption. Our society is disintegrating into small little pieces because of integrity issues amongst ourselves. Yet every day, Jex wakes up here, says the government of President Ruto, Raila, yet they don't look at themselves in the eye and say, you know, I have corrupted so many people in the society, including the police. I have a problem. A Kenyan looking for a deal. In go to the village, ule mtu anaitwa kiongozi ni ule ameingia huko na VX na unajua vizuri sana huyu ni muizi, anaibaga. And huyo ndio kiongozi, and huyo ndio tunataka kuweka power. We see in a video somebody shooting another person on camera. We elect him for positions of leadership, and we want him to be the president. Tunataka akuwe rais na tuongoze. Haya. Now the Auditor General report has been out. The county's government have been looting money. Umesikia kuna Mkenya anaongea? Hakuna. Even those who are at the ward level, corruption was devolved to the ward, from the national government to the wards, and they are comfortable with it. Otherwise, thank you very much. Asante sana. Happy holidays if you don't see each other again. Asante.
All right, fantastic. Stella, do you care to respond?
No, I'm saying thank you, Mzalendo, and have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday.
Fantastic. Wonderful people. With that, we choose to wrap up, having no any other business. Thank you very, very much. 2023 has been beautiful, and we ask of the Lord that 2024 as well shall be graceful and shall be good to you as well. May you enjoy what probably you missed out in 2023. May your name in 2024 bring good tidings your way. Asante sana. What you missed out hii mwaka, I'm sure God has great things in store for you 2024, yeah, that you have made it this far, yeah. He who has brought you will make sure you see the next journey ahead, and 2024 for you guys, I guarantee it shall be marvelous. I might not be a prophet, but this is what I know, is that you cannot come this far to fail, because God didn't let you fail. He won't allow you fail even in the next year. Thank you so much. I wish you good health. I wish you the very best, even as you enjoy 2024. We at Africa 24 wish you the very finest of blessings. Enjoy your Christmas, and remember, Christmas is a season of giving. Gift someone, give something to somebody, share out love, share out something that will make someone feel special. Someone said, at times you don't remember what people say, but you'll always remember how they will make you feel. So make someone feel special, make someone feel kind, make someone feel wanted, even in this Christmas and in, of course, this festive season. And above all, don't drink and drive. And if you have to drive, squeeze kuna njia mob. You can use an Uber, you can have a designated driver, but because we need you in 2024, please be careful, watch out, and be very cautious even as you engage in all those festivities. We wish you the very best here at Africa 24. We wish to see you in one piece, even in the next show. We are yet to decide when will be the next show. I am almost certain it will be tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Yeah, I am certain to be tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. No, actually today. It's already 2 a.m. in Kenya. See you today, Saturday, for another show. And then we will update you concerning most of our programming, including the land program that airs every Sunday. We will tell you more about it tomorrow. But above all, thank you very, very much for the endless support you guys have given us as Africa 24. We don't take it for granted. Asanteni sana for the support, for the comments, for the viewership. You guys are just but amazing. The reports from our YouTube channel are fantastic. That you guys like our video. You guys appreciate the content that we give to you endlessly. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Kindly consider to subscribe to Africa 24. Make this your #1 channel for content such like this one. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Asante, asante sana. And as well to the many who have chosen to give us a platform to air this one from, the likes of Mtembei and Leo and Kenya Digital. We are grateful. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana to the panelists who have always made the show fantastic. You guys are just but amazing. You have been many. I might not mention all of you by name, but from Africa 24 receive our gratitude and our appreciation. We are so very grateful. Asanteni sana. We see each other when we can, and probably today at around 4 p.m. 10 p.m. not 4. 10 p.m. Kenyan time. God bless you. I wish to leave you with another nice melodic song from what do you call them? From Nairobi. Nairobi what? Just one moment. But it's Mkenya Daima. As always, we love our country. We could have played you a Christmas song, but you know, copyrights and everything else. But this one is good for you. So enjoy this one, because by the end of the day, after all is said and done, we are proud to be Kenya. God bless you. See you when you see me. Bye bye.
There can only be one champion, and it is Kenya.
Moja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa machungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
To our esteemed viewers, followers and subscribers, on behalf of Africa 24 TV, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Thank you for being part of us. God bless you.